Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, members of the public who may be tuning in to this internal overview and scrutiny committee meeting of Torwich District Council. Moving straight into the agenda, can I start with apologies for absence, please, Kirsty?
Thank you, Chair. So apologies received from Councillor Bright with Councillor Wheatley substituting. Apologies from Councillor Inch with Councillor Pennington substituting. And apologies from Councillor Hodgson and the Chief Exec, Steve Hurst. Thank you.
And I would welcome Councillor Wheatley and Councillor Pennington to our meeting. Thank you for substituting today. And John, thank you for deputising for the Chief Executive. Moving on, can we go straight to the minutes of the last meeting? The core business of the last meeting was to take the quarterly business report, third quarter. So going to the published agenda items on starting on page 3 on our agenda, please raise your hand if there's an accuracy problem. Page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, and linked to that is the action plan, which forms part of the minutes, but we will be discussing separately. Anybody got any issue with those? Could I have a proposer that those are a true record of our meeting, please? Councillor Elliott, and seconded by Councillor Wheatley. Well, you weren't here, Councillor Wheatley, I don't think you can do that. Somebody else? Mr. Harper. All those in favour, please. Were you there, Councillor Pennington? Pardon?
Yeah, he was my substitute last meeting.
You were present, you weren't on the committee, though. Can you?
He substituted for me at the last meeting.
Okay, that's fine. If he was present, I'll accept that. And abstain? Abstentions, please. People who weren't here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Happy with that? Yeah. I'll take it at this point, are there any matters arising from those minutes? Good, moving on. To the action list, please, which, running through that action list, the first point, Harbour Board, Working Group, etc. We've got the Economic Development Manager here, and that is an update on that is on our agenda today. Moving forward, point raised by Councillor Hames about, Mr. Dengate, actually, I think, things that had fallen off the keep under review, and I went through that, and as we said, most things were accounted for, but we have tweaked it slightly to make sure that things aren't missed unless they're properly signed off. Then to check with Donna about the time frame for the adoption of the biodiversity plan, which was 2026 question mark. You can see the responses there. We're giving the response from Devon County Council. And then finally, sorry, not from Devon County Council, from Donna. And then finally, which is from Devon County Council, the question as to why the last HATOC meeting had been cancelled, and the answer there, which was there was no business to be taken, so they cancelled it. we can't get into the discussion as to whether there should have been business or not, but that is the answer to your question, Councillor Pennington. And then, who asked that question? I thought it was... Yeah. That's 1-1, Councillor Pennington. The next point from the Audit and Governance report, 20th of February, I'm not in a position to really comment further on that at the moment. I've asked a question of somebody else and I'm just waiting for that to come back. We've then had the QBR has been reviewed and the update, including the late edition, has now gone out to all councillors, and indeed the invitation to the head of communities and place and the economic development manager have been sent, and they are here. So that is our action plan. Any other comment on that? Okay, moving to public contributions. We have Mr. Michael Tear, who's chair of the Wharves, the Way of the Wharves and Bideford and River Torridge Heritage Harbour, and he has asked to speak to us. Mr. Tear, welcome, and you have 3 minutes, please. As soon as you start and you're ready, can you make sure you're switched on? Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. Bideford and River Torridge was recognised as a heritage harbour by the Maritime Heritage Trust in January 2024, following a campaign that was led by a number of local heritage groups. And so the heritage harbour joins 9 other ports in the UK and 3 inland ports on canals as heritage harbours. The heritage harbour that we've described extends from Northern Burrows and Appledore at the mouth, through the port of Bideford and upstream to the Sea Lock, into the Roll Canal, terminating in Rosemore Gardens, Torrington. In other words, the historical navigable extent of the waterway. And what does it mean? It means national recognition. And what doesn't it mean? It means no legal status and no pot of money, unfortunately, although we're hoping, of course, that the status and the stamp that that gives us will be useful in future grant applications. Why? Well, it's difficult to find any history of the communities along the river that's not in some way connected to the river and the sea. And this is national.
You start to wrap up now, please. Thank you very much. Very good to hear somebody speaking so passionately about an area that they live and love. Thank you very much indeed. So, moving on to declarations of interest. Councillors, you all know the form on this, please. If anybody has an interest in any of the items that we're going to discuss, and you know the different categories, you are required to declare it. Urgent matters brought before the committee. I have none. Kirsty, you've got none. There are no planned items to be discussed in part 2, so there's no requirement to agree on that. So we can go straight to item number 8 on our agenda, which is the call-in item from the Community and Resources Committee, which is the Devon, Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Adaptation Strategy. Report led by the Head of Communities and Place. Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very brief introduction, really. So as you've just mentioned, at the last Community and Resources Committee, the Devon, Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Adaptation Strategy was presented to members. There was a lively debate at that committee that resulted in a slight deviation from the recommendation as presented by the officer. The report was subsequently called in, and you can see the reasons for calling and the members that called in that report. And essentially, it's over to you to debate that report. Thank you, Chair.
Sean, thank you so much. Before we start, I'll just set the parameters on this, if I may. We're going to keep this strategic, high level. I don't want to get into the weeds of whether a particular function is happening in a particular area. That's not what this report is about. And if you can't handle something at strategic level, then step back and get off the train. But so I need to keep it at that level, and also I want to concentrate on why it was called in, the difference between the recommendation to Community and Resources and what they agreed. And I'll be limiting the discussion mainly to committee members. Councillor Hames, you are here. I know exactly what you're going to say, sir, and I have no problems with that, but it's mainly for the committee decision. Let's start the discussion. I have a view, but I'm going to hold on to that review for the time being, unusual. Let's start with the councillors who called in that decision. Who's taking the lead? Councillor Cottle-Hunkin, Councillor Lovell?
Yeah, go for it. So, in my call-in, I didn't actually give much detail or any opinion on it. I said we don't have to for a call-in, and I hadn't actually watched the meeting, and I hadn't read it. I didn't know the detail behind it, but I knew that it was important, so I thought it deserved, and it was a close vote at CNR, and I'm aware that there were 2 members absent, and I think it would have been fully endorsed if they were present. I can't say for sure, but I think it would have been. And I watched it last night, and I'm still fuming. The madness that went on in that meeting. We had a climate change denier, we had people taken in by conspiracy theorists, and it was just shocking, really shocking. And we had a councillor who was angry at children being educated in schools on climate change. Like, what's that all about? I was taught by the late Peter Christie, geography, and at North Devon College, went on to study geography at university and became a secondary school geography teacher myself. So this is something I'm very passionate about. And I can see that young people are banging their heads against a brick wall, watching and hearing elected members speaking as they were at the CNR meeting, and I think it's completely wrong. So I think that we should be fully endorsing the climate, the strategy and the report. We shouldn't just be noting it. We've declared a climate emergency as a council, and I think for us for our main decision-making committee to be saying, well, we're not sure, we might just note it when we're supposed to have declared a climate emergency is hypocritical of us as a council, and I think we should be fully endorsing it. I know, well, I thought, well, I'll just have a look on the internet, and I looked at the NASA website, who are the top leaders in research and evidence, and well, obviously, they say that it's unequivocal, the evidence for climate change and the fact that it's man-made. I was going to read out a few bits from it. Hang on, I'll find it in a second. Where are we? So, evidence. There is unequivocal evidence that the Earth is warming at an unprecedented rate. Human activity is the principal cause. And then it goes on to say, the current warming trend is different now because it is clearly the result of human activities since the mid-1800s and is proceeding at a rate not seen over many recent millennia. It is undeniable that human activities have produced the atmospheric gases that have trapped more of the sun's energy in the Earth system. This extra energy has warmed the atmosphere, ocean and land, and widespread and rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere have occurred, and there's a whole list. The evidence for rapid climate change is compelling. Global temperature is rising, the ocean is getting warmer, the ice sheets are shrinking, glaciers are retreating, snow cover is decreasing, sea level is rising, Arctic sea ice is declining, extreme events are increasing in frequency, ocean acidification is increasing, and this is all in the NASA website.
I'm going to jump in a minute. Is there anybody in this room who disagrees with what the list that Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has just read out?
Okay, good. Thank you. So I propose that we should send it back to CNR, or send it to full council, and that TDC should be fully endorsing the report to try and help people locally in our area to adapt to the effects of climate change and minimise the impacts on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Just quick word of procedure. If we send it back to CNR because we disagree with their decision, they redebate it?
They do, Chair. They redebate it, and if they agree with your committee, then the decision is implemented. If they disagree with your committee, it goes to full council.
Good, thank you. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Lavelle, are you? I feel that it's very that's fine. Are you switched? Sorry.
I find it very difficult to think of more that I could add. I mean, I was not at that CNR meeting. I watched it and was flabbergasted at what was said and what was done. It was just unbelievable, and the idea that we just note rather than adopt this strategy, I'm just speechless.
Thank you for that. Now that the two callers in have had the opportunity to speak, who else in the committee wants to comment on this? Councillor Lavelle again.
Sorry, can I just say that my only fear, if the procedure is to send it back to CNR, I mean, we have an obvious problem of some of our councillors need re-education or something. I think that's not too outrageous to say, because I fear that, you know, you're going to get the same climate deniers with the same
At which point we will see it again, because if they cannot agree with us, then it automatically goes to full council. So we will then have the opportunity to
all right,
state...
so I'm not clear about procedures.
No, I'm sorry,
that's
that's just to explain. So if, as John has just said to me, if we send it back to CNR and say we don't agree with your decision and that actually it should be as per the officer's recommendation, or we think it should be as per the officer's recommendation, if they agree our what we're saying, then it's accepted and that's fine. If they cannot agree what we've said, then it has to go to full council. So if you don't get your way, you will get an opportunity to speak on it again in full council.
I'm sorry, it's not my way. It's just the truth.
Don't worry.
The truth of what is happening in the world.
Absolutely.
And our flooding risks and our, you know, nobody can, you know, and the problems that farmers are having. But anyway.
Councillor Cottle-Hankin again.
Just adding to that though, could we add a recommendation when we send it back saying that we believe there should be workshops or seminars where we encourage councillors to learn more about climate change?
Just taking a bit of technical guidance.
So, Chair, I think set out in the original CNR report was a table that was prepared by Donna Sibley, which set out the work that is being done by the council in accordance with that strategy. So I'm not sure that it needs to be done. It's set out there. That work's already ongoing. I think that the matter for debate today was the deviation from the word endorse to the word note in the recommendation.
I think I'd agree that that is not our role today. You may feel that that's the case, but it is not our role. Our role is purely to look at what was put in front of CNR and to look at their decision on the matter. And I don't think it's, I wouldn't have thought it's our place to start adding things at this point, keen as some people may be. Who else would like to speak on this? Councillor Pennington.
Yeah, two things there, Chair. First of all, I'm surprised it's been called to internal, because this is an external partner. It's been quoted by Councillor Cottle-Hankin, who is Chair of External ONS, and I'm slightly confused of why we've come to the decision to put this into internal. Councillor Cottle-Hankin has got the right, as Chair of Committee, as a sole call-in, so I'm not quite sure who made this decision to come that way. And this committee should be free to come to its own recommendations in its own way. And I feel that we are being straightened down a line that is too tight. And I would just leave it at that at the present moment.
Okay. Yeah. Anybody else want to speak? I mean, it was 3 individual call-ins by members of this committee. So Councillor Cottle-Hankin was not using her chair call-in. It was 3 individual call-ins, and the decision by the Chief Executive and myself at the time was that we would take it. So there you are. It's here.
May I ask, was Councillor Cottle-Hankin part of that decision-making process?
As Chair of External.
Ex-Chair of External, because I believe this fits into the external remit, and I think we are getting misdirected here by our officers.
Steve, I just informally spoke to Steve about it, and he said he didn't know if I was going to call it in as Chair of External, but we'd already called it in to internal, because I think it is sort of on the fence whether it should be internal or external. But it was Steve's sort of advice for it to go.
It actually...
I'm happy to call it in again, by the way.
Council policy in that sense. Okay, this isn't an external partner in the terms that we are contractually engaged or we're employing or we're buying services from outside. This is guiding our policy in a way, and therefore I think you can argue, Councillor Pennington, that it's as much, can be argued that it's as much internal as it is external. The most important thing is that it's in front of one of the scrutiny committees, and therefore it's been looked at, I would suggest. And I don't think it matters too much which it is. The fact is it's here now and we're talking about it. So that's where we are.
I defer to your very excellent riposte, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Dengate.
Just an observation, really, and again, trying to keep it to the strategic. I think it is, in a sense, about leadership and taking the lead. And, you know, we set an example and others will follow it. We don't set an example and ask them still to follow it. It's a struggle to square the two. So I think by endorsing it, we set an example and encourage others to do the same.
Come on in, Councillor Hames. I relent, sir.
Yeah, I won't say what I've written down because you wrote it for me, apparently. Anyway, yeah, just a quick comment on the point raised by Councillor Pennington. I mean, we've committed to a climate emergency, which involves mitigation and adaptation, and so that's clearly, to me, a matter for this committee to oversee, really. But the main point is the most important point that's been made very clearly by Councillor Cottle-Hunkin very passionately. And I hope you all agree that we should return this to CNR. At CNR, the debate, it was claimed that the plan submitted for consideration was, I don't know, too long, complicated, not relevant to this council. But to me, it's an extremely elegant document set out in a very logical way, setting out all the options, identifying, you know, what the problems are, the huge problems with the climate, and setting out proposals for action. And it clearly states, I think the claim was made at CNR that, you know, there weren't things in that report which were relevant or highlighted for this council, but it clearly states in the report that one looks through it and takes out what is relevant to one's own locality. And there are some, you know, it's just a very good report, and I just hope that it will be adopted, and thank you for debating it.
Thank you, Councillor Hames. Anybody else want to say anything at this stage, at this point? I wasn't listening to the CNR when it actually took place, but I have listened to it subsequently. The first thing I did was I looked up the definitions in the Oxford Dictionary, just so that we know. The recommendation in the officer report is to endorse. I'd pick it up, Wendy, and you said adopt. It's not. It's endorse. And endorse means you approve of something. Okay? So you endorse somebody or something that you saying, I approve of what you're doing. Had it said adopt, then that would have been that we were prepared to take ownership of it, that we were prepared to integrate it into our policies. Now, it does not. The recommendation was not to adopt at this stage. Some may feel that it should be. But anyway, the recommendation was not adopt. It was to endorse. CNR chose to use the term note instead. Well, to note is short of approving of something. I mean, I note that this bit of paper exists. I'm not necessarily saying that what's written on it I approve of. So there is actually quite a significant difference in it. So that's just the sort of side of it. The other thing is, and I think in this we need to just be careful, this is about climate change, the effects of climate change and what we're going to do about it regionally. I wouldn't worry too much at this, and I'd urge people not to worry too much at this stage as to how much that climate change is coming about by natural occurrences and how much of it is human influenced. Obviously, a significant part of it is human influenced. We know that, we hear that, it's backed up by science and learned comment. A lot of it could be natural as well, and there's no problem with that. In Victorian times, we had a mini ice age and they were skating on the Thames. The world as we know, weather patterns, climate patterns shift and change. But there is clear that we are already well down the path of significant climate change as far as it affects our part of the world as well as the rest of the world. And that we need to open our eyes, take our head out of the sand and address what is actually going on and stop infighting too much as to quite why, because the real fact is the change that's happening. And the change that's happening, we have to, adapt. We have to adapt mentally in our approach, our mental approach to what we do, as well as adapting physically and adapting how we live and making measures in order to help protect ourselves against the changing climate. All of these matters. Now, I thought this report, and I've read through the report in detail, I was concerned that one councillor in Community and Resources said that they found the report frightening. Well, the consequences of climate change, if we don't do something sensible and rational about it, are truly frightening. And what frightened me more was actually that was a view being taken by people on our Community and Resources Committee. That we had councillors on our senior committee in this council who actually were almost in denial or took the view that, well, if China and America aren't doing it, then why should we bother? Well, it starts at home. And, you know, you get your own house in order and others will follow. There's absolutely, in my view, no excuse for that. And I'll go further. I think the attitude in that committee was a snapshot at times of the attitude in the wider council, in that, especially when we sit on committees, we are engaging in an act of leadership and management. We're also not sat here representing our wards. We are here to exercise our legal requirement to exercise judgment and leadership at district or regional level. And you've got to be capable of looking outside of the box. And if you can only see as far as the end of your road, then I'm afraid you shouldn't be putting your name forward to be sat on these committees, because you've got to have wider vision and wider thought. Of course it affects the region, and of course we should be prepared to accept and entertain and be part of regional policy like this. Yeah, it's tough reading. There's some nasty things in there that people don't like to read. Well, that's the reality of where we are. I was disappointed at our CNR's decision. I was disappointed by the comments that were made by some councillors at that committee meeting, who appeared to be either in denial or certainly had got their heads firmly wedged in the sand, one or the other, if not both. And it sent the wrong message to anybody out there watching us on YouTube as to how worldly is this council, how fit for purpose is this council. So it was quite a watershed for me. I didn't like it at all, and it sent lots of messages about wrong things rippling further and wider than just this. I'm not particularly green. Councillor Hames will be quick to criticise me on certain things, but on the other hand, I'm very happy to support a lot of what he does. And I'm not particularly green, but I'm a realist. And I can, and I can understand and need. Go into the desert. The Bedouin are permanently changing how they live and where they live. Why? Because the sands are permanently shifting and changing. In Kenya today, they are awash with floods, enormous floods. Why? Because the intensity of the weather has changed. And that's the message, that when it's wet, it's really wet, and we can't cope with it. I was on the coast, North Cornish coast the other week, in Boscastle, looking at some other work I do there. And I was reminded of the flash flood that they had in Boscastle those years ago, and the pictures of helicopters hovering overhead, and all the cars that got washed down into the quay. And that's a classic example of the type of weather pattern with it. We've got farmers in the Severn Valley who are underwater now, who've been underwater for longer than they've ever known, to the point that their land is about to be soured and be unfit for cultivation. It's happening. It's here. And if it's not, well, either go and get a new pair of glasses or change your hearing aids or whatever it is. But I do find it extraordinary that we still have people who are not in touch with the world that we are living in and our role in it. And we have a role, and that is to support and sign up to others who are developing policy like this to help combat it, either to tell us to live in a different way or to tell us what we have to do, because there's elements of it that we can't stop. Rising, I mean, we see on a daily basis the ice caps collapsing into the sea. Sea levels are going to rise, are rising. Fact. There is no doubt. The consequence of that is that certain communities around our coasts will become untenable. Fact. Because we can't afford to fight back Mother Nature forever. It's going to change, a change of thought. And some people living in houses, and they think, that's their castle and they live well. We may have, in years to come, we have to think again, because sea levels are going to rise, the intensity of storms is going to increase, and that's where we are. And the sooner we actually open our eyes, smell a coffee, and get on with it, the better. That's my burst. Right. From the chat, no, you've already proposed, Councillor Cottle-Hunkin, that actually it goes back to CNR in that our recommendation is that they should accept the officer recommendation that this council should endorse, in other words, approve of, agree with this policy, rather than just note. Yeah. Do you have a seconder for that?
Yeah.
Councillor Lovell, fair enough. So that's the two people who called it in the first place. Does anybody else want to say anything at this point before I take a vote on it? Councillor Pennington.
I've got to be very careful how I say things here now. I was at that meeting at CNR, and I wasn't on the committee. But I thought it was an indictment of our council at the present moment, because there are only 9 CNR members out of 12 there at the time. I was the only other councillor that sat at the back there and watched that meeting. I mean, when there's 10 out of 36, and it's the main decision-making committee, and there was a meeting last week with the peer group review. 8 councillors were invited. I was the only one that turned up. And on the Thursday we had the meeting, I think there was 8 councillors turned up to hear the peer review. And I think we are struggling as a council at the moment, and I hope the peer review, when we get the peer review back, addresses that issue from that point of view. I have to work what I say carefully, because what I am concerned about is that, in a sense, it's very much similar to what's happening in Scotland at the moment, when Hamza Yousaf has fallen out with the Green Party, and there's been a separation, and all through Europe at the moment, and we travelled through Europe last summer. there's a whole agriculture industry up in arms. The fortunate thing here in Bideford is there's no point in farmers coming out with tractors because you can't get up the gridlock of Bideford Quay anyway and make any difference when you're demonstrating. So that's where we are from that point of view. There is a balance between economy and the environment. And what really concerns me in all these propositions, particularly with the elective land management schemes, etc., and biodiversity net gain, which Helen led us very well in February and came into being from the Environment Act of 2021, is that we are exporting employment and jobs from our primary industry outside the area by adopting more and more policies. And Helen, I know you're here, we've had several debates about slurry pits, haven't we, over the time. And it's about the direction of where our main industry is going. And I am really concerned when I see what's happening through Europe, the indigenous populations, and you talk about doing things. I mean, we spent a week in Holland, sorry, going through Holland. I'm amazed at the Dutch because they're the greatest risk of climate change of any country in Europe. And what they have done to protect their environment is fantastic. And we went through Schiphol Airport. There's a doorway there that is 4.1 metres below sea level. Now, 12 feet is just about to that, and they've built a whole country to keep the water out. Absolutely fantastic. We can't even build something down on the Burrows to protect the landfill site down there, and we are at the greatest risk. And we sit here talking about doing something all the time, and the landfill site has been up there again and again and again, and we've done nothing to protect it. And if you walk on the 8th tee down on the Burrows, you will see, now that's not strategic level, it's level down here. But what I am saying is I wish to protect the economy equally as the environment. And I do not want to see Torridge continually getting older because people are moving out because we have decimated the economy. And there's a balance here between economy and environment. And I don't think we're having a proper debate. You've stifled this debate, and I think we need a wider debate. Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak.
I would just add to that that I agree with you entirely that the... Yes, you can. No, I agree entirely that the local economy and the agricultural economy especially must be protected, but that requires those economies to adapt, because what we're talking about is the change in the climate, which is happening. Okay, and there is detail there as to how you react to it, but without doubt there is things. Now, one can, as I said, I don't want to get into the individual consequences. Councillor Hames will say that we should all stop cattle farming tomorrow. I would say that we should stop dragging beef from South America that is grown incredibly intensively down there with vast impact on carbon, on the rainforest, etc., back here dripping with carbon miles. However, the beef and the intensity that we grow here in terms of climate effect is negligible compared to how they farm in other parts of the world. So there's subtlety to it. I'm not going to get into that any further. It's not quite as straight as saying it's either climate or it's the economy. It's not. There's actually a blend of the two. But the thrust of this message, this report, is absolutely right. And we ignore it at our peril, at our human peril. And we'll be in a lot more fix if we don't actually start doing proactive things now. It's easy to go. It's easy to go home and close the door and forget about it all. But that's actually not being responsible. Councillor Wheatley, quickly.
Yes, I was just going to say that totally in agreement with what you're saying, Chair. But I think that one of the key words for all this is transitional, on how we how we adapt our policies, and it is a phase going from the business perspective, interrelating the business perspective with the environment, and of course it's and I see that as a key way forward.
There's all sorts of factors that come into, and yes. It is, I agree, it is complex as to how we actually take it forward in a sustainable way. It's not all of one and none of another. It's how does it affect, how can we change that in order to meet the consequence. I think, you want to come back? Well, actually, I think we ought to be wrapping on this. We've got a proposal and a seconder. We've got a lot of work. But Councillor Cotton, very quickly.
The whole policy, it's about adapting to help businesses. So I don't know why you think if we don't do anything in terms of climate change, businesses are going to suffer and the economy is going to suffer. It's not mutually exclusive. So I think you're almost contradicting yourself, because we need to approve this to enable businesses to prosper and people to live their lives more easily. It doesn't really make any sense.
Right. Anyway, enough there, I think. No, I'm going to stop it there. That's kind. I think we've all had a bite at this one if we wanted to. There is a proposal and a seconder that we send this back to CNR to say we do not accept their recommendation of note, and that we believe that they should actually change that to endorse, and if they do not change it to endorse, we require it to go to full council where it can be discussed and debated by the whole council. Those in favour of the proposal, please show. That's unanimous.
Maybe we should be on CNR.
Moving on to the review of the estuary strategy recommendations, and this is based on a now dated report by what was the Estuary Strategy Task and Finish Group. And this committee has made numerous comments over the last year that the various different components, be it harbour, estuary, heritage, port, all need to come into a modern, overarching, coordinated policy which is fit for purpose for what actually happens, not what happened, but what actually happens in this day and age going forward. So I'm delighted that Chris Fuller is here, who's going to enlighten us with where we are with it. We know that the actual strategy, the rewrite of the strategy has been, there is only so much work that our officers can do, and there's an awful lot on at the moment. We know that, and therefore it's a business of priorities. So let's have a verbal discussion at least as to where we are. Chris.
First off, thank you, Chair, for the invite. I'm equally delighted that my slides are actually there. I was always worrying that kind of rapidly making some notes. I think what actually is... Just going to stop.
Michael, could I ask a favour? Could you please move into the stand, just that anybody looking on the television might be misguided thinking that you were sitting as a member of the committee, which... So, and also, but yes. Sorry, Chris, do come.
So, it's really interesting kind of that this strategy sort of update follows directly on from that discussion, because the two are exactly linked. So, okay, next slide, please. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say that. It really might send some bad memories back for some people. So I just wanted to kind of talk you through a few slides, actually what some of the requests were from that review that was undertaken, and then some of the progress that's been made against that. I think the crucial thing, obviously, since then, we've had £15.6 million of levelling up funding land that very directly impacts on the future of the estuary, let alone the massive opportunities, but also on an environmental level, challenges that could come from increased vessel movements, for example, from floating offshore wind. So it's critical that actually we do, to pick up on the chair's points, create a holistic but also data-based and knowledgeable strategy rather than just producing something that would ultimately not be fit for purpose, and that I'd be straight back here and challenged on why it wasn't fit for purpose. So on the left-hand side, you can see the points there. These were the 7 points that came through from that original review. And on the right-hand side, you don't need me to kind of go through those, but it is the context that actually we have certain responsibilities as Torres District Council across that estuary, but definitely not holistic across it. So it does also need to be a strategy that works for various different partners. Thanks, Karen. Okay. As mentioned, the Appledore Clean Maritime Innovation Centre is in itself a regional focus of attention. And I will be criticised by some of our partners for just saying regional and not going national or even higher level. Hopefully some fun news will be coming out through the National Shipbuilding Strategy Update in the near future that associates with it. Because of the opportunities that are coming through from the Innovation Centre and the significant business interests that we are seeing, and also the regrowth of Harland and Wolff and the position that that gives this area through this sort of vessel market, we needed to factor this in. Thanks, Karen. So what we've been doing is actually building our data knowledge. So, for example, we've recently had delivered a report that basically looks in great detail at what are the expected vessel types, sizes, frequencies that we will be seeing over the next 10 years when you're looking at aquaculture requirements, when you're looking at different sorts of service vessels or crew transfer vessels that might be needed for the floating offshore wind arrays as well, to make sure that actually that can be suitably factored in. And that report also looked at, for example, the realities around what dredging implications might be, where certain pockets might be created, need to be created for kind of deeper water berthing, etc. That piece of work is then moving forward into what's being called a clean maritime growth vision for North Devon and Torridge. So really looking at that whole piece across the area to make sure that that's fully aligned and can be built on in the right ways, and both the kind of economic and environmental elements taken into consideration as part of that. Thanks, Karen. So, having mentioned, the leasing round 5 is now underway from the Crown Estate. That is the biggest leasing round, I believe, that the UK has ever experienced, definitely for floating offshore wind. 4.5 gigawatts equates to about, I think, 3 and a bit million homes worth of energy, of green certified electricity. It would be currently the largest floating offshore wind array in the country. And as an interesting kind of, in the world, as an interesting figure that someone threw at me very casually the other day, it's estimated that 1 gigawatt equates to about £1 billion worth of investment. So if we can be securing some of that investment to this area, and obviously that will then align with Cornwall, with Wales, and as we know, we're not looking at the larger kind of aspects of that, but it's about making sure that we're getting the right benefits and that we're understanding the right opportunities and the markets we can be supporting. Where we're also aware is that one of those development areas is, or Torridge is the closest onshore point to that development area, and that proximity does play benefits when you're looking at sending vessels out to it, so the developers are aware that proximity creates cost savings for them. So they are actively looking for operations and maintenance bases within the region. So again, we need to be factoring that into our understanding of what might be coming forward in the estuary. I mentioned there around Harlan and Wolf and how it then supports them to be ramping up. And pleasingly, the partnerships that we've been developed mean that Harlan and Wolf are very much looking to position themselves as national leads in clean propulsion. So again, in terms of that estuary usage, I think removing the kind of diesel trails in the water that do damage conditions there is hugely important, and that's something that we should be looking to become nationally and internationally renowned for. Thanks, Karen. So, again, picking up on that kind of initial review point and sort of the elements on the right, this has to be a known process. I will not claim that I'm an expert on any of this, and I think you would all be rightly able to kind of challenge me and scrutinise me if I said I did. So this is where we do have to be working with kind of external expert partners. But an estuary strategy needs to actually know what it is dealing with and what the challenges are that needs to be kind of overcome, and needs to be done in partnership with some of those key bodies listed on the right there. And it also needs to ask some of those challenging questions around, are there requirements for kind of harbour revision orders, for example? What, coming back to Councillor Pennington's kind of point earlier around the kind of the balance of economy and environment, actually where is that threshold? Or in fact, to a certain extent, is there a threshold on that? But actually by creating the right investments to support our economy, is that actually enabling us to do more and secure more investment to actually further the well-being of the environmental aspects of the estuary? Let's be honest, we sit within UNESCO Biosphere Reserve that's on the same level as the Serengeti and Hawaii. When you start delving down into those other names on the list, they're pretty impressive. So it's making sure we get this right to not destroy the place that makes us so special. Thanks, Karen. So in terms of the progress, we have commissioned, so the Ports, Harbours and Jetty study has been completed. We're expecting the Clean Maritime Growth Vision that we're hoping to bring at the same time as the economic strategy. That has received a lot of national attention already, because we're very much not just looking at local issues, but how we deliver on a national agenda. I think point 4 is really important, again, kind of within the actions, I think, from a previous meeting. It was around how we're supporting the key fronts in Bideford. Well, members might recall that when we had the Shared Prosperity Fund review, that there was £70,000 put towards a key front study. I know that Sean, Richard and I are meeting in the near future to further that brief to get that one moving. But it all has to be integrated to make it work, and how we get the right infrastructure, the right facilities. And I can see Mike nodding away over there, because it's also around how we protect the harbour kind of and its heritage aspects, to be cherishing it at the same time as one whole piece. And we also mentioned sort of around usage of the quayfront. I think at the moment when you look out there, you'll see one vessel kind of jacked up out there. It's not always the easiest of places to kind of work. We had the EAT festival cancelled a few weeks ago because of the weather, and then significant complaints about why the pannier market was being underutilised on that. So it is about kind of moving forward, a bit of a town councillor progressing with their work in the pannier market, about getting that balance right as well. Okay, so in terms of those next steps, getting that overarching vision for what we want to achieve is critical. What we don't know yet, and I will apologise, there are a lot of unknowns in Sean and my worlds at the moment, in particular kind of when referencing the Levelling Up Partnership, what investment might come forward to support kind of the area will have a direct impact, but it's then a case of bringing partners together to understand actually what does the estuary strategy need to achieve. because I think that the scope of the estuary strategy compared to the previous strategy will need to be quite different. When you look at the realities of what we are now facing, it's massively, massively different. And it then will be a case of actually finding sort of some internal pennies to commission an external expert to undertake this work. And I would say that actually the challenge of that will be, it will probably need to be an agency with multiple skill sets and multiple knowledge points to do a good job on that. And it's nice to see that kind of Councillor Pennington, there you go, I'd submitted these slides and there's your bottom point there, which I think also picks up sort of Councillor Hames' desire that makes sure that actually, and I would say that by protecting that, make that point again, protecting our environment here and positioning ourselves at the heart of the net zero opportunity with this actually should be about furthering the estuary and its sort of biodiversity rather than any way prejudicing it. Thank you, Chair.
Chris, thank you very much. Who wants to comment on that at this stage? Start with Councillor Pennington, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Liddell.
Well, better declare an interest because eventually the cabling route from Cornborough to Alverdisco will take place, and that is aimed to be 3.5 gigawatt. You've got 4.5 gigawatt there, if I remember rightly from your situation. The problem's not with your maritime centre or anything else with your cabling, it is the national grid. And you're going to have to work with National Grid at some point if you're going to make a success of what you're doing. So I would just put that in as a comment. Thank you.
Just in the context of all this activity going on and all this activity going on in Appledore, and looking at actually where Torridge has control at the moment, which is a very small area, has any consideration been given to taking over that? Because I believe there's a way of taking over, so you've got control of Appledore and all of it. Would it not make sense that if all this activity is going on that you'd like to have control of that, and then you can have all sorts of positive things that would come off there because you'd have control of mooring charges and control of the boats coming into Appledore?
Very good point. Sean.
So if in the existing estuary strategy, the legislative framework associated with the harbour of Bideford is set out quite clearly, and it sets out our obligations in terms of management in that environment. So Bideford Harbour extends as far as Riverbank House and as far up as Weir Gifford. That's the port of Bideford.
I mean,
And what has been suggested in the past is that if you took that harbour limit and moved it out to the estuary mouth, you would then have control, much greater control over that environment. And that's without doubt, but it also comes with great cost and great complication. And so what's in the mix is consideration of whether that's a good idea as it stands here now. And as I've said to Harbour Board, I can't recommend that to Council as it currently stands because the risks to the council are greater than the benefits as it's currently presented to us. So you would be taking on responsibility and the cost of managing an environment that we're not resourced to do at the moment. So I can't do that. Now that might change in the future, and the opportunities that are presented to us might present us a way of squaring that circle, if you like, or circling that square, whichever way you want to look at it. And we would come up with a business case that says, yeah, actually, there's a case for us doing a harbour revision order, applying to extend the harbour limits out to them, and taking control of that environment. As it currently stands, it's not within our gift to do that.
But isn't the timing now, from what you've said now about what's going on with the marine, with what's going on at Appledore, with what's going out with the Celtic thingamy, all the rest of it? I mean, just because you're not maximising, you're talking about costs, you never talk about income. But for example, when the harbour master was giving us a talk the other day, I'm surprised he's not here. There was, he said that Harland and Wolff have just put a deep water buoys in the thing for the, so that when the boats are coming around, they can do that. And we've let them do that. But if we'd done it as a council, then we could charge them for it. And we could also go on charging, and we could charge other people that wanted to use those deep water buoys, and we could have an income stream. You know, and yes, I don't know the numbers. Of course I don't know the numbers. I am just anecdotally saying, oh, that would seem like a good idea to me. And, you know, we have no control whatsoever over Appledore Quay whatsoever, as far as I can gather from what's going on. They're just like a law unto their own. And I just don't know, maybe I am, as usual, naive, don't know what I'm talking about, just shoving the ideas out there because as somebody who doesn't know, I would like to know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Not at all, Councillor Val. You're bang on the money today. You're asking good questions.
Sure. No, that's fine. And you're quite right. I mean, I think I mentioned when I was speaking a minute ago, the business cases associated with it. The detailed numbers associated with the opportunity, if you like, of extending the harbour have never been worked through, and actually what that opportunity is still emerging. So I think we're at a fairly early stage in thinking about this. But what has been presented to us so far is the fact that, yes, there are income generation opportunities associated, but they wouldn't realise until a few years down the line, and for us as a council to service that harbour extension in the years before the income comes in would cost us in the region of £500,000. And that isn't money that we have available to us. So we're looking at ways of how we can create a more preferential business environment to make that happen. It might be that we bring a report to council to say, this is our recommendation, we think you should go for a harbour revision in order to do that, and this is how it stacks up. At the moment, I can't do that.
Maybe we should.
Mr. Harper.
My favourite subject. The blue, are we actually going to develop a blue economy cluster at Appledore? And if so, how are we going to do that? And do we have enough land to develop it? And the last point I have to make as well is all this is going on. There's a tremendous amount, including Bideford Harbour. What about the staffing? Have we got sufficient staffing to actually enable this to go forward and to make it work effectively?
People brought cushions and blankets, because I can talk for a while on this one. So as of about 6 weeks ago, the North Devon and Torridge Maritime Network was officially created, that now sits underneath Maritime UK Southwest, in a similar way as a sort of subcluster sits underneath from Plymouth. That group, its inaugural formal meeting contained about 20 odd businesses. It contained representation both from Petroc and from Appledore Primary School, for example, on the skills level. It's a very rare week that I'm then not working with a school either directly in terms of curriculum queries or presenting sort of on a careers level. I think what we are trying to do, and this links back to kind of, for example, the opportunity around Levelling Up Partnership, is how you put the entire structure in place. So it's around how you look at everything that will be needed for those businesses to flourish. So that's, yes, the Innovation Centre is important, but what we've always said is that should be seen as a catalyst, not as an end point. So, for example, when Sean and I are discussing this with businesses in area and outside of area, the two key questions we get asked is, where's our skills pipeline? And actually, that's great to do the R&D work there, but where do we make stuff? So where is the employment land that's delivered to a high standard that enables us to deliver what is high-value manufacturing? That these are incredible engineering businesses that have certain quality expectations as well. And we are working with national partners on what that could look like as well. And it does sort of factor into the wider piece around the Levelling Up Partnership and those funding processes as well. and also kind of feeding into the Devon devolution piece at the same time. That is also around that skills side. It's how do we get visibility on that, for example. I've been quite open, for example, in saying that it's great that Petroc are so heavily involved in this discussion, and that's always been part of the original proposals that Petroc students, as part of their expanded maritime and engineering foundation degree courses, would have access to the Innovation Centre. But unless you go to Petroc, if they put a new building up there, for example, you don't see it. What ideally we want is a facility that's out in our community that has exciting logos on it, that I've got an 8-year-old son. I love it when he walks past something and says to me straight away, what's that? Because if you can get them when they're still at that age, in the nicest way, it's probably the wrong phrase, but it is around kind of how do we capture those young hearts and minds so that we can reverse some of the brain drain opportunities. And I think I'll be quite open and honest that that will take a while, and it will take some of the visibility coming through the system, but actually we want to be looking at how that slider almost kind of moves along, so we don't have to be aiming at the wider workforce to import, but actually you're targeting efforts to be bringing business founders, investors in, and that they can be confident that actually those skills pipelines are available later.
Chair, I just wanted to add to that. I mean, obviously there's a massive amount of work that we've been doing to develop this business ecosystem and the opportunity that is proposed within the estuary. And to that end, we've managed to recruit jointly with North Devon, through North Devon Plus as the employer, a specialist who's going to help us for 12 months to pull together the offer. And what that will then do is provide us with some additional resource to develop the blue-green opportunity that's coming our way, release a little bit of capacity for Chris to look at some of the other opportunities and how those overlap with other economic opportunities, not just in Bideford, not just in the estuary, but around the wider district. So I think that there's, you know, are we resourced? Could we do more with more? Always. But I don't think we're under-resourced in that arena. And I rudely missed out an answer to partly of Councillor Lavell's original question, which talked about the unregulated environment of Appledore. That's not strictly correct. We currently lease the foreshore through the estuary and an Appledore quay. We own the quay walk, so we do have control of that environment. And now I'm aware, as reported to me by the Harbour Master, that there are some unknown entities who think that they are the official port and harbour of Appledore. That isn't the case, and certainly we need to probably think about our management of that space, because we could exert more control than we currently do without a change of harbour area. So that's on that point. And on the deep water moorings point, we obviously facilitated that for Harland and Wolff. And the reason we didn't do it ourselves is because we're not resourced to manage deep water moorings. We're a council, we don't do that type of activity. Whereas the company that was contracted to put the moorings in and Harland and Wolff, who want to use it, are much better placed to manage that. But as a council, we facilitated that activity, and the absence of a modern strategy hasn't stopped that happening, as it isn't actually stopping anything happening as it currently stands.
Councillor Bell, you can come back on Sean if it's relevant to what he's just said, but otherwise I've got other people I need to go to. Yes.
Sorry, my point was, you know, we could be deriving, as a council, we could be deriving an income from it. I'm just thinking about, there's so much emphasis on, oh, we can't do that because of the cost, we can't do this because of the cost, we can't do that because you have to spend some money, you can't do that, without kind of going one step forward that once you've done that, you're actually deriving an income. And that was my point, is why we're not doing things that will then...
Bit more risk-taking you're advocating.
Again, I can respond on that. It wasn't a resource issue in that, it's a competence and skills issue. We don't know how to manage deep water moorings. They do know how to manage deep water moorings. We do derive an income from that. So I'm not sure.
Sorry, my understanding was that those moorings were Harland and Wolff's.
Yeah, so they pay us a lease fee. They pay us a lease fee, and then they lease onwards. So they make a share.
Yeah, so they make money,
but we don't make that much.
Okay, fair enough. But I can't speak again yet. So I can't ask another question yet.
Come on then, seeing you're on your
Okay, so aside from that, going back to the strategy as it was, talking about enhancing the use of Bideford for the water and the river and all the rest of it, and leisure facilities and visiting yachts and all the rest of it. Nothing actually seems to have happened, and it seems like the work that's been done and the development at Brunswick Wharf would have been an ideal opportunity to speak to the developer at that point and put some moorings across there. You could actually put some mooring facilities which would attract, you know, nice yachts and holidaymakers and things, which would enhance the view from the Bideford side, looking across from the cafes and all the rest of it, so which is claimed to be what was a part of the strategy that was, and I just wondered, why not?
Speak to that. I'm sure Chris would come in with some of the activity that's been done with Bideford in particular and the regeneration strategy work that's been going on. In terms of Brunswick Wharf, we obviously find ourselves in a contracted position where we've sold the site and we've made certain obligations to the new owner of the site around the management of that space in front of it. So we don't have complete control over that space. One of the proposals in the original scheme was for a jetty or a floating pontoon that was going to be associated with that, and that was going to be passed back to the council. So a bit of investigation was done into the requirement for that, and it turns out there really isn't that much of a market for it. People really aren't that interested in it, so we've never gone and pursued that, and the developer is now not interested in delivering it, so that's probably not going to happen in that space. I've been involved over the years, as is Richard now, several times at looking at the opportunity of floating pontoons down on Bank End. They're very difficult to deliver, very costly to deliver, and actually there really isn't a market for it because of the difficult tidal conditions of the estuary. So visiting yachts don't want to visit Bideford as much as they want to visit somewhere they can easily come in, more, stay afloat. The tidal conditions limit the times that they can get here, they limit the type of vessel that can come into the harbour and where it can sit. So again, we've had to rethink our strategy in that. Have we helped people to access the estuary? Yes, we maintain the quays and slipways much better than we always have, and we've invested in that since this strategy was put into place. We've certainly developed the offer around moorings and who can moor where, and we've allowed things, as you know, like the Fresh Spring Trust into the harbour on reasonably preferential arrangements. So those kinds of things are going on. We've massively developed the offer on the land to make Bideford a more attractive space, and the Eat Festival is just one example of that Chris and his team have been working on. So in accordance with this, yes, lots of things have been done. Some things haven't been done. Lots have been done in accordance with that original strategy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chris, for all of this. It's really encouraging to hear. And I think I just want to kind of raise the conversation a little bit onto the strategic level. I think I'm right in saying, and I'll be corrected quite quickly, that our committee is the overview and scrutiny. An overview looks at policy, development, thinking forward, and he's an integral part of both the critical review of the strategic plan and also bringing things to the fore. And it just feels, if you go onto the website, you can still quite easily access the 2014 strategy report. And it feels in all that we're doing, we're selling ourselves short. And you talk about how do we get to people? Well, you raise awareness, and you raise awareness by having effective communications and good material that tells the really good story. And I think maybe we could be selling ourselves short by not actually having tried to keep the document up to date as we've gone along, because it creates a deficit of work every time you don't update it. Taking our current strategic plan, 24 to 29, just on the front page, the actions are reported in the quarterly business reports and analysed by the Internal Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And these actions then inform the service business plan and are presented to and monitored by senior managers and councillors. So we have an integral role in actually ensuring the strategic plan. And good to see on the local economy, which we have all discussed this morning, keen on, deliver the Appledore Clean Maritime Centre to establish Torridge and widen Northern Devon as a global leading research and development destination for innovation in clean maritime technology and support industries, everything that you've said, which is absolutely brilliant. So the question is, do we have enough here to support you? And do we have enough here for us as a committee to, you know, see how the progress is going, check that we're on the milestones, that, you know, we're reaching the nautical knots that we need to? What are the deficits? What are the pluses? And is there somewhere where we need to pull all this together in one place, which outside funders or outside people can go and interrogate, as well as us?
There we go. Thank you for your support. It is very much valued. These are, I think it's fairly safe to say, fairly full-on times at the moment as we're juggling quite a few pieces of work. I think in terms of that pulling everything together, that to a certain extent, and sort of signposting to funders, that's precisely what the Clean Maritime Growth Vision is supposed to be about. It's positioning our area actually as up there. So that's why we're also sort of exploring actually where is the right place to launch that. By having a local launch, for example, do you make it a local issue? By having a national launch, does it become a national opportunity? But it is around, as you rightly sort of say, starting to change perceptions about this area and selling ourselves in a better way. I'm aware, for example, that sort of the website content for the Economic Development Department is kind of outdated because things move so quickly and our team's capacity is relatively small for the amount of activity that is going on. It's the wonderful thing that there's a large amount of funding around and support at the moment, but with that comes a lot of kind of work and a lot of pressure to get it done. In terms of those milestones, I think at the moment, and I'll hold my hands up, it's very difficult to precisely tell you what those are, partially because the different streams of work need to come together before we can actually confirm where we need to be heading. Councillor Pennington mentioned, for example, engagement with the National Grid. Well, we're currently waiting for National Grid to inform us of their decision about where the floating offshore wind cables will come ashore, the 3 cables that are likely to come ashore, and that's because they refuse to speak to district councils about it. They speak to higher level partners but will not inform us, despite the fact that we're the ones who are directly impacted, and it does impact on our economic planning as well as the communities that it will kind of have an effect on, which, as Councillor Pennington knows, may well be where I live as well. So it's making sure, and again, with the expected announcement that will probably be middle of next year, so into 2025, of who the 3 successful floating offshore wind developers will be, those will become game changers in our area. Going back to that kind of the figure of £1 billion worth of expenditure, they will be expected to spend significant amounts of that locally. They will be expected to invest locally, to support skills locally, to support biodiversity net gain growth. So it's about developing this in those partnerships as well. So it's getting to those incremental points and bringing those, as was on the slide, bringing those right partners in at the time to move it forward. So it's very much a fluid and flexible world that brings its own challenges.
Sean, yeah.
And picking up on your point about communication, Mr. Dengate, it's an interesting one, because I think we around this offer, I think, have been more successful than we've ever been around talking outside of this building, if you like, about the offer that's going on, and become recognised on this regional and national basis, as Chris has referenced. More people are talking about what's happening in the river and the estuary at Torridge than ever before. So I think that's really positive. How that's communicated back in, perhaps it's getting missed, and if that's something we're picking up and members don't feel as though they're getting enough information about how this is going, then we need to think about how we're communicating back to members. So that might be something to pick up from this. What was the other point I was going to pick up on? I can't remember now, Chair. It's gone from my memory, so I'll stop there.
Chris, thanks. I'm just going to sort of wrap on this a bit. Come on in quickly. Yeah.
It's just, like, it sounds brilliant, everything that you're talking about, but thinking back to our public speaker and the very recent Heritage Harbour status, you briefly touched on it, but there was nothing written down about that status, and I think that will have a really strong impact. I've got written here, what does it say? There should be a reference to the designation of Bideford and Rivertoridge as a heritage harbour. Perhaps something like seek to maximise the benefits of heritage harbour designation and work with others to develop a compelling and realistic vision to contribute to regeneration, off-season tourism and awareness of our unique heritage. So where can we include that as part of our strategy? Chris?
So again, this is how that kind of, when you look at the building blocks, that's what the key study should all be about, and it's looking at how those different component pieces come together to maximise that. So it's not just looking at the quay as a car park, it's looking at the quay as a port. What's the right sort of focus for that port moving forward, based on the knowledge of the likely vessels. It's looking at the heritage harbour status and how we maximise that and how you get the balance there, including with events. How do you, on a architectural level, create a space that is welcoming and appealing for our community to actually want to spend time? So it's no simple review, and then all of that piece will then naturally, the outcomes from that review, not only go towards sort of funding bids, but have to then be part of the estuary strategy, thus helping to justify those funding bids. But absolutely, and Mike knows my attitude on that, that it's using what we've got, and that we should be proud of what we've got.
Yeah, so, and don't forget that the Harbour Board have got this under constant review. The Harbour Board have been constantly debating the Heritage Harbour and how they can work with the Heritage Harbour designation to make the most of this. So it's something that's very live on their radar. And I've just remembered the other point I was going to come back from Mr. Bangett. He asked about how do we measure our impact associated with this. So there's a clear strand coming through the economic strategy that will be presented soon around the development of this economy, so this sector of the economy, and the opportunities that Chris talked a lot about. And I guess it's about tracking the impact of our interventions on the targets set out in that strategy, and that might be how we best track our actions, if you like.
Thanks. Have you got a quick point, Councillor Hames? Well, I mean, Councillor Hames, you can, if you've got a contribution, then it is welcome. If
yeah, as someone who I was on the working group, so noticed about possibly 2 years ago or more. So it's high time that the strategy was reviewed, and I hope it won't take too. Well, it's obviously going to be a big piece of work, but need to get going on it. I'm still not quite sure the status of the estuary plan, how it integrates. Presumably it will integrate quite strongly with the local plan, but that's to be clarified. Just to reiterate what Chris said about you know, the importance of being a SSI in the biosphere, so that should be, you know, dominant in the concerns when we look at the estuary. We talked about the harbour extending to Appledore, and it's good to, well, it's interesting to hear from Sean about the economic aspects of doing so, but taking up the point of Councillor Lovell that we should always look at the income opportunities. But just Sean said that the regulations exist to control around the Appledore bit of the estuary. Well, what's happening about the hulks which are lying in the estuary, which I understand you can't do anything about, particularly the large crane, which seemingly is not going to go anywhere now, and also the jet ski situation, which could be dealt with under a harbour control situation. I don't think we've been very successful in dealing with it under present regulations. And just to throw in points which we should be thinking about in the assessment of the plan, we haven't been successful in it being a marine conservation zone. It would be good to be stronger in that and lobby for it. If that's still something the government is involved in, I don't know. River pollution is obviously a huge concern locally, whether that has a role to play in the plan. It's been talked, the marina has been raised, the idea of a marina. Well, I hope that the NAP experience has put the kibosh on that. As Sean has said, it's a tidal estuary, and it's totally uneconomic to have a marina scenario, as far as I can see. The railway, North Devon, the proposal for the link between Bideford and Barnstaple, possibly that should go in as part of the plan, as we've supported it in this council. And the heritage aspect, of course. And the harbour, we keep going on about, you know, what ideas have you got for the harbour, you know, to promote it and bring in income. So that has to be a strong part of the plan. It seems to be the drawback is storage to promote more traffic in the harbour, whether that's something which can be looked at by having storage further along towards Torrington on the land, which is on the left of the road there. I don't know, but that might sort of increase the opportunities economically for the harbour. So just a point I wanted to make, really. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Hames. Actually, that's the most valuable. We need to wrap on this one. We've given it a good airing. Chris, thank you for your presentation. I think this committee has been fairly consistent, certainly in the time that I've been involved with it, in wanting to be able to exercise its overview function. And it can't at the moment because it's got nothing to look at. It's got a constant stream of ideas, or whether it's officer generated or from outside or from members. But there comes a point when we actually need to be able to look at and satisfy ourselves that these ideas are coming together into strategy which is written down, which is condensed, so actually we can see what we're talking about and anybody else can see what we're talking about. The current strategy is well out of date and for lots of reasons is no longer fit for purpose. End of. Secondly, a huge amount of change is happening round here. And let's think, that body of water that comes through, so much of this district or things linked to it is affected by it. Not least the principal town here of Bideford. And there are so many things which are changing and have brought change that we must guard against the view of the status quo. It's not the status quo. Things have changed. We've got to get with it, get modern, and really embrace into our policy the things which are the drivers of the future. Be it external energy generation, be it maritime innovation, be it historical side, whatever, we've got to view the estuary as an asset and then build strategy around it to maximize the use and the benefit and the growth of that asset. So my first observation I would recommend from this committee is that, and we hear the fact that there are capacity issues, there are priority issues, etc. But this is a major asset and it needs to be condensed into major joined up policy, which we are not seeing. We continue to hear ideas or whatever, but at some stage that's got to be committed to thought, to print or to digital, so that it can be properly then assessed, approved by councillors, and then, as it starts to work, we can then scrutinise the performance of it. At the moment, we can't do all of that because we've got out-of-date strategy, and I'm not convinced that we've been told that the estuary strategy is coming. Well, it hasn't come, and I know why. But the reality is that at some stage we've got to put a marker in the sand, a line in the sand, and say we've got to know. This strategy needs to be focused around what is an asset, the commercial aspects of it, the historic aspects of it, the environmental aspects of it, the governance and control of it, which is historic with a small h. In other words, it's out of date, etc. All of those still need to be brought together. I believe that we should start to require a timeline, where we can see greater evidence of creation of new, relevant, up-to-date strategy concerning our estuary and all the elements which hang off it. Because otherwise, you'll get people ploughing on, doing what they've always done for the last 20 years. The last report that we received from the harbour master, when we asked why pilotage fees were not actually reaching what had been budgeted for, he said, well, basically, said because no ships want to come here anymore, because the port isn't suitable for modern shipping. Times have changed, and therefore you adapt. Go back to what we were talking about in the previous one. You don't slavishly sit down, put your head in the sand and say business as usual. No. You've got to change. You've got to move forward. And we are the people, through direction to our officers and pressure outside, who will drive that. Sean, from an officer point of view, where can we go with this? We want to start talking time.
Yeah, that's fine. So, Chair, before the meeting, I thought I'd better check to see whether the production of a new estuary strategy sits in either our strategic plan or our business plans, and it doesn't yet. So it's not referenced specifically in our council strategic plan. It's in neither the port operational services business plan nor the economic development business plan. So I think where you go from this is having in your overview role, you've looked at the issues, and you're recommending to either CNR or Harbour Board in the first instance perhaps, that you feel that there's an absolute requirement, an urgent requirement for the production of an estuary strategy, and have them consider that matter and come back to you with some thoughts on it.
I'm going to, Mr. Dengate, I'm not entirely happy with that response.
I'm not convinced either, simply because I read earlier what I thought was our strategic plan. And I thought I also read from there something relating to the strategy and the economy. So what we're saying is that a key economic contributor is not in the strategic plan. I don't think that's what you meant. But what I do think you mean is that we need to pull it all together.
Yep.
But I think that's something that we should be recommending to Council.
Mm-hmm. So, Chair, I think it is picked up through the economic strategy in that instance, and I think the opportunities that have been described to you have been picked up through the economic strategy. Much of what Councillor Hames talked about in the environmental side of things is in the balance there and is a consideration in the development of that, but isn't specifically referenced. And that's why, I mean, I think Councillor Hames's comments perfectly illustrate why this is a very difficult document to pull together, because there are so many competing interests in the production of an estuary strategy. Like I say, it's not sitting as an action or a costed action in anybody's business plan as it currently stands. So I think your overview role on this is to say that, like, the absence of this and the absence of it from a business plan is worth consideration by, last time it emerged from the Harbour Board, you might want to take it to CNR in the first instance.
The updated estuary strategy has been on our forward plan for years. We keep on having to delay it because we keep, but so Are you suggesting that this committee has been looking for something that's actually never been in the making?
Chair, can I also
I think it
say
might
that
have been made by accident, Chair, if you know what I mean. It's never been identified specifically.
I think it's been omitted by accident.
So the recommendation was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, that a review of the estuary strategy is added to the economic development team's business plan for 22-23, which you've done.
No, it didn't happen. It's not in this plan.
Okay, so the recommendation wasn't followed through. So the recommendation actually hasn't changed, has it?
Right, that's a fair point.
So it's 3 years on, so no resource capacity issues. No?
Well, yes, certainly there's no budget for this piece of work. And as
So
I've just said.
that didn't come back to us. Didn't come back to say, no, we can't do that because there's no budget.
No.
We've been sitting here waiting for the update. And in fact, as it was, we gave to April, and we asked for this back in, I think, March last year. So it's not that we haven't been waiting patiently.
No.
So we need to kind of somehow break the loop, don't we?
Only Community and Resources or full council can find you a budget for this. So Community and Resources can find it if it's within the existing budget framework somewhere, and they can find you a budget to produce it. If it's not, full council would need to find the finance associated with
if we
production.
report to CNR
Yeah.
and say this needs to fall into the work programme with attendant costs, if CNR refuse, then using call-in, we send it to full council.
That's the mechanism, Chair.
Right. Whatever. I mean, my proposal, I'm going to make a proposal. My proposal is that the council adopts a new estuary strategy. The council develops and adopts or develops a new estuary strategy. It's up to the council whether they choose to adopt that. But the strategy must be developed. If we agree that, then we can work out how we actually feed that into the system. If we don't agree as a committee that the council should be actually creating an up-to-date estuary strategy, then we haven't got that recommendation. Does that make sense? So if I'm recommending that the council develop an estuary strategy fit for purpose in the modern day, do I have somebody who can second that?
Yes, but just thinking back on one of Chris's slides, you had mention of external specialists creating a strategy, is that right? So that would be your sort of...
That's a means to an end. Don't worry about how you get there.
But the way that you said that the council develops, that I didn't want that to limit it to just being council officers, because I know that they've got a lot of work.
No, council.
So it could be
council
external.
is the authority as a whole, and how they get there is whether it's internally, externally through consultants, whatever. That's
so
the delivery phase. Let's not worry about that at the moment.
I'll second that.
So the principle that we actually, even though it's not in the plan at the moment, we believe, especially with all the change that's going on, we've got to have strategy in order to hang everything on and to make sure that everything is actually included.
And it would open up more funding then for like the heritage harbour status,
possibly,
which you said didn't have.
Possibly, you don't prejudge the strategy. All right, you've got to create one which then actually services the other. But when people immediately try to go to their own private hobby horse to start with, then the strategy doesn't work. That's the whole point we've been making, that it's all got to be thrown in the pot together and brought in, joined together. So one is mutually supportive and complementary to the next, etc., etc. And it has commercial basis and funding, And the heritage side is a mix of showcasing the history, but also actually how to exploit best the heritage side as well, from a tourism point, etc., etc. So all sorts of different angles to it.
And I think in doing that, we identify in that strategy the key priorities in the overarching strategy, so like the economy or the environment, where we actually ensure that it has a focus, an added focus to that, not to limit the strategy, but to make sure that the strategy fits in with a range of strategies that we are working on, so it fits in rather than sits awkwardly on the side. It's got to be an integral element. And so contributing partners and contributing voices to that strategy will be absolutely essential.
So I propose that from the chair, and Councillor Cottle-Hunkin has seconded. Those in favour that... Councillor Pennington, you're a sort of just-in-time commentator. Right, go on.
Okay, you're talking estuary strategy. All my life I've argued whether it's Barnstaple or Bideford Bay or Bideford and Barnstaple Bay. We have to work jointly with North Devon here, and that has to be part of this, and they must be brought in at an early stage, wherever you want to, because if you're talking about estuary, you're talking about the whole bay out in front of us, basically, not just the harbour board.
That's got to be defined and limited.
One of the things in the peer group review is working with North Devon, which we weren't doing very well. Yeah. And I think we ought to be working with North Devon here to bring this strategy forward.
As long as it leads to clear policy that we can work on, as opposed to a woolly arrangement. But
we're not the sheep.
Could I just dispute the point that we're not working very well with North Devon? I think we have worked very cooperatively, both on matters of pilotage. We've worked well together on economic strategy. We work well together on local plan. We work well with North Devon. This is something that we need to continue that great work.
Councillor Pennington, there is a lot that this council does jointly with North Devon, actually. And you look at, you've chaired a committee that used to meet jointly with North Devon. Absolutely, yes. But there is a lot that's done, actually, jointly.
The irony of that statement is I'm currently running late for a Clean Maritime Growth Vision call, which means that the only person who's on it representing the area is my counterpart at North Devon. Yeah. So with whom all of this is being done in tandem. So it might not currently be an estuary strategy kind of collectively, but the wider vision is inherently North Devon and Torridge. So,
Chair, the picture we put up on our website of the lovely white line that goes down the middle of the river, can we put a new picture up for the benefit of our area? I just asked that. I'm not saying what.
Yes, the unmentionable. Right, back to the proposal then, that the belief is that, the recommendation is that we do need an estuary strategy, and it should be, the creation of such should form part of the current work schedule. Those in favour, please show. That is unanimous. The terms of the wording that we will send to CNR, I propose that we will do. I will do out of committee, and I will circulate for your approval if you're happy with that. Right, moving on. Thank you for that. Chris, thank you for that. Grounds maintenance. Quickly. Grounds maintenance, 2-year review. As part of our overview and scrutiny remit, it is 2 years or thereabouts since the grounds maintenance within Torridge was brought in-house, and therefore it is right that we should look at our hang on, what have we got here? Handouts going. Please take the handout and then put it in your bag, and don't look at it whilst we're trying to discuss something else. Thank you, though, Michael. This is the first look since the grounds maintenance was brought in-house. Our Waste and Development Manager, Operational Services Manager, I apologise, Richard. Richard Hayes, off you go.
Thank you, Chair. Members. So, as you're aware, the service was brought back in-house in April 2022 after a number of years being outsourced. I think it was the Council's decision that they were unhappy with the service that was being provided at the time and gave me the honour of bringing the service back in-house and dealing with external contractors. So I just thought a few slides and just to give you a brief overview of where we are and the process that we've gone through. Can I have the next slide? So like I said, it's been 2 years since it came back in-house. It was initially quite an interesting transition of gaining information. Obviously, the contractor at the time weren't overly happy with the service ending, but the decision was made. So we two-peated the staff in that were there. Some decided to come on the whole, and that was 1 supervisor and 4 operatives, 3 two-peated across. One of the main issues initially managing it was the setup and getting the information from them. We had from the contract base that was let our areas, our schedule, our frequencies, what had been done. But I think, you know, in their defence as well, that they had struggled considerably for staff resource during the COVID years, and that the standard had dropped. Another, for me, as the management side, from the management side of it, was the fact that the staff that two-peated across, I had to get them out from contractor mode to service provider mode. You know, initially it was, doesn't matter what weather, whatever, get the grass cut, get the invoice in. For us now, it is all about a more managed and presenting, you know, urban and rural recreational spaces and maintaining our estate as efficiently as we possibly can. Another one at the time, and I'll go through the slides, is the fact that they were on a 42-hour week. Our terms and conditions are 37, therefore across the service I'd lost half a full-time equivalent just by bringing the change in terms. Since that time, the complaints have reduced significantly. You're all out in the areas as well and represent. I think the service within this second year, and I'll go on to the round review in a minute, is the complaints have reduced significantly. We'll never please everybody. We're always trying to improve what we're doing, how we're doing it with the elements. Before this financial year, the estate now is being managed more efficiently because we've undertaken what I class, with my main hat on as waste and recycling, is around scheduling, which will be on the next slide. So we run it similarly to week 1, week 2 on a fortnightly schedule for grass cutting during the main season. Therefore, people can expect, and there are some caveats to that in the fact that, you know, when we say we'll be there, we'll be there. If we're not there, we have good reasons as to why that's not happened. And the budget for this financial year, which is the first year was difficult. The budget was set based on previous contractor, what the contract was let for, possibly the wrong way at the time, but that's all the information that we had to be able to set the service. This year it's been set with resourced enough financially to provide a good service. We are, the only thing we're up against is the elements. And this year, after actually assessing our estate, assessing what is required and actually time managing it and monitoring it is the fact that we realised that we've got three crews now, three rounds, which are the rural round, town round and shrub round. And allocating the work per round for being efficient, which will be, if we put on to the next slide. So you can't see this in detail. So we analysed all the rural rounds on the previous basis, is the fact that we found that we've got 3 teams of 2, the 4 operatives and 2 summer seasonals, but literally that did not allow for any annual leave or for any sickness that's there. As you can see, so we've allocated time per site, travel time to unload, start at arrival on time, end on time. Now the staff like this. They tell me they like it anyway, but no, I've actually asked them that, and they prefer, because it's very similar to some of my crews where they like to know where they are on a certain day, so they know they've got their work, they've got that. And as you can see for the rural round, the times from when we're getting to site and when we're not is, there's another slide that I'll show you in a minute. Once again, similar to waste and recycling, 384 square miles, travelling the countryside, getting to sites takes longer than actually cutting the site. I think the next stage that we'll review, and obviously that's not in this year's business plan, as we speak with Sean to say, you know, this is, and bring it back to members sometime, is, you know, are these rural pockets, are we the best ones to continue to do it? Or is there a partnership working, or is there another vehicle to do that? But at the moment, you know, our responsibilities, and we're now into the first round of, first month of the cutting, and yeah, I'm pleased with how it's gone so far. Bear in mind the weather hasn't been favourable, even though last week was probably the best one we've had for a number of months, to a degree. So if I get the next slide. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there, please. Richard, carry on.
Yeah, I can come back.
I don't want to get into this. This is not the time and place to ask about a particular site, and you know that, Councillor Pennington. Thanks.
So to monitor it and to manage it, as you can see, this is just an element. We use public services software for monitoring. So it's an interactive for I can see where they are. The staff have it on their, they have an app on their mobile phone, so they've got their routes, they know where they're going. Once they've been on site, they take a picture, it identifies it as complete, and then it comes back, and then you can run your reports. So it's about evidencing that when we can say where we've been, and as you say, it's just when I did this screenshot on the different sites, and you can see, you know, we've got Holsley, we've got Winkley, we go up to High Bickington. There's one site in Heartland that we go and cut, but then they come on through to Bradworthy, ended up into Holsley. And that updates and gives us the information that we have. Now, the numbers there are just grass cutting sites, just that were identified and items to do. There are multiple levels that you can drill into this. It's not about control and conquer and drive, but it's about that interactive two-way, so they can identify what they've done, they can highlight any issues that they're encountering, or why something wasn't done. There are 124 grass sites listed. That's not pieces of grass that we cut. I think initially when the contract was let 15 years ago, Sean, wasn't it? I think something like that. There are 700 lines of items that need attention to. So cut a hedge. Then there's another item, cut the next hedge. Well, actually, if the gate wasn't there, it's the same hedge. So but it's broken down. It was broken down almost for the price works for a contractor to do it. So we've streamlined that down now to that there are 124 sites and bits of areas around around the district. If we can, yes, please. So the changes that we've done to the service, which Councillor Hames would be pleased about, is the fact that, as well as financial, and that's the, you know, the balance between the economy that you were going on and the environment earlier on, is we always had annuals. There was a budget set for that. It's resource rich. You know, buy something in, it lasts 12 months. Yes, it looks beautiful, but for a relatively short period of time. So we now have gone and changed that to, and this is Victoria Park, the triangular bed. We've prepared the bed for lower maintenance ongoing, because we haven't set the resource up during the cutting season, which we're in now, would you believe, is that, you know, we haven't got the resource, or we haven't allocated the resource or identified that that's the requirement, that we have ongoing someone in the park. You know, many, many moons ago, when, you know, I joined here, you had the person in the cemetery, Old Town Cemetery, lived there, maintained the cemetery. You had the same Tommy in Torrington Cemetery. You know, there was the same in Holsworthy Cemetery. There was one person just on site, just in that one cemetery. Times have changed, we've become more efficient. So the flower bed there is prepped, tram is put down, weeds threatened, and then mushroom compost is applied, so hopefully it will need less maintenance. We've purchased our own shredder now. That was purchased last year. That was brought, you know, from the hedge cutting and off-season work. We produce an awful lot of byproduct to the greenery. So we purchased a shredder that we can mix both the grass and hope that will be used to its full potential now, actually back in the cattle market bays. And with the new environment, new operational centre, there's bays been allocated on site. So where that process can happen. The biodiversity sites have been identified, and they're in part process, and they're the 5, 6 sites that we have. And the increased use of Victoria Park greenhouses. We've got a number of plants, and they take cuttings and saplings from our rose stock, and we're looking to grow our own to the degree. Not to the point where we were growing our own bulbs, and it was, you know, it is heating a greenhouse, so there's no actual false heating implied, but, you know, they're being used more and more efficiently and looked after to a degree. I think that's one of the key things as well, is, you know, our estate, when you look, you know, it costs, but having the staff in Victoria Park, it's been maintained and looked after as well, which can only save us money. So the shrub team is a new tweak slightly to how we've done things previously. That is Holsworthy flower bed. We're mindful that, you know, there are a lot of sites across the district. The majority, yes, are in Bideford, Appledore, Westwood and Northam. But Holsworthy just as well, and that's the one main flower bed that we're wanting to improve. So the shrub team really for me they're the main cemetery grass maintenance team. So they will cut our cemeteries and our churchyards, and the shrub maintenance, flower and bed maintenance, hedge maintenance that is required in the off season. So even if the weather teeters off, and we've changed our cutting season because it always used to be from a set April to September. The seasons, which I'll go on to, are changing. Therefore, we have that flexibility now of, you know, if the weather is moving up and it's warmer and the grass is still going, rather than the old contract of it stops or you pay extra for an extra cut, it now just flows and we keep it down. But likewise, as it has been, and it's been raining and raining and raining, you know, we delay that and then they go on to the hedge maintenance. But for us, my point being on that is the shrub team necessarily will come off and start doing the winter maintenance, as I call it, the hedge maintenance and small tree works, while the other two grass teams are still out cutting. General weeding and hard services, we also bought, would you believe, a thing called a moss brush. It's a big, basically circular wire brush with an engine, and it's very, very good on the paths around the churchyards and different things. And we're going to start using it on our cleansing side as well, which can help. As long as you just got to be a little bit careful when you're up against someone's shop window and building. Like we said, for the shrub team as well, the biodiversity site maintenance and Victoria grass maintenance. Go next slide. So issues and next steps. Really, the changing in the seasons mean cutting seasons have changed. And it doesn't always meet what customer expectation, because, you know, we can look to start to cut, it can cut, and then it rains, and it can be dry for a couple of days, and, well, it's dry. You can go cutting. No, we can't. You know, there's a number of sites, and as you know, with any type of land, it holds the water. But to be fair, I'm hoping if I come back to you within 12 months or within 2 years, whatever you decide, you know, you'll be seeing that, well, you see when you go around that the estate is being managed efficiently and better than it ever has been. That's our aim. The guys that I've got and ladies are very, very, you know, good. They're conscientious. They've all got their ideas that they want to, you know, grow their own, improve it, different things. It's not just, you know, from me, why hasn't this been cut? Why hasn't that been done? We have our regular monthly team meetings, which are just an open forum of how we can improve our estate. Another issue that we've had is the tree maintenance. There isn't specifically in our property team a budget for trees. It was just one of our corporate responsibilities, similar to if something happens here or wherever. You know, that's come across to me now, and I've identified a sum, but until we can get the full scope of our QTRAs, which is quarterly tree risk assessments, which is going to take 2.5 years. So we're 2 years in, another 6 months, we'll have a full understanding. But the cost of maintaining our trees in our estate at the moment has been quite high. Not significantly high. I think for tree works last year was around the £12,000 mark, unplanned. Not 100% accurate, I haven't got 3 digits, but it's once we've got this next 6 months in the way, we'll have a fuller extent. A lot of that been as well, though, has come from the prevailing winds that we've had. You know, there's been some quite bad storms, which a tree went down in the park. Only went down, luckily, to the hedge, but there was no signs of any external. And we use a contractor for doing that, which also covers North Devon. He does both us and North Devon's. And that's really about it, if that's okay, Chair. Any
Richard, and from your point of view, you are content and happy with the way things are going?
Yeah, yes I am. I am at this present time. We're still in its infancy regarding the round reviews for the town round, the rural round and the shrub round. What I've said to the team is, you know, there has to be a median balance of the workload, as in I have one member of staff that his work rate is fine. And then there are other members of staff that are more level, and it needs to be that balance. So, you know, for me to say, yes, I'm happy to you, Chair, is one thing. You know, the proof is when the complaints we get.
As the operational manager responsible for this area, looking forward,
yes,
what is your greatest area of concern or, greatest area of concern looking forward?
Balancing customer expectation against the weather.
Yeah.
Staff resource at a time. You know, we have 3 seasonal workers, seasonal agency workers. we're currently just down one at the moment, but we're out again advertising. And I'm not sure what, you know, is what members' views, the public's views of what our estate should look like going forward and what they would like. I know there's been some discussion around the biosites and Victoria Park and Edge, and for me, luckily managing it with my other hat on as well, is, you know, you need to maintain urban recreational spaces for the benefit, the well-being of people, as well as balancing the environment. Now, with our biosites, we've identified a number, the Riverside Bank behind the banks, Northgate, doesn't necessarily need to be smack bang in the centre of the towns, because the complaints outweigh the desired effect to a degree. And with the best will in the world, if I leave an edge around a park, all that will happen, it will be dog feces and litter. So,
Sean.
So taking it up a level, and if you like, and looking at it strategically, I think the biggest impact or the biggest advantage of bringing the service in-house, aside all the operational efficiencies that Richard's talked about and customer service improvements, has been the fact that we can now look slightly more cross-service about how the grounds maintenance can work with the estates team, can work with leisure, can work with others, and we can say, right, actually, we understand our estate much better than we did before, and we can see what the likely impacts and benefits are of a habitat creation or of a particular initiative on one thing is, and we can work collaboratively across the council, multi-department wise, to look and see how that, we can deliver those things. So that for me, you know, aside the obvious benefits, I think it's definitely maintained better now. The team have done a great job, and continue to do things, continue to improve. But looking at, I think the big wins come where we can see how it all comes together in the delivery of our strategic asset plan and other strategic documents, and how ground sits into that.
Views to committee members first. Anybody particular? Yeah.
Just a very quick one. I know why we brought it in-house. It has been a cost benefit to us.
So initially, when it was brought in-house, there was a contract sum that we paid heavily. Then there is the indirect costs as well of managing that. So we always go on about, this is what we pay out, this is what we pay out. We pay as a local authority to manage something, even though you're not doing it yourself. So there was that internal resource as well. So we are below budget with our own terms than I budgeted for last year. I came in below budget, and that was a lot to do with the savings that we've identified regarding the perennials, which was done, and also, but unfortunately as well as the staff vacancies. I would say the service now is on par with what we were paying the previous contractor.
Chair, which of course, don't forget, there would have been 2 years of inflation on that. Yes. And you know, it represents a significant saving
and more efficient. Is the okay? Yeah, good. Councillor Hames.
Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate Richard. He probably knows what I'm going to say. For all his hard work, it's obviously great that it's come back in-house. It's good that you're going for perennials, and that you've identified biodiversity sites. I think partly because that came out of the climate working group, possibly. It's just, you know, going on, given that we've got a climate emergency plan which includes biodiversity, that we look at all the sites that you do and look at integrating biodiversity measures into, you know, particularly grass cutting. This is what lots of councils have done. That's what we do at Northam, you know, up Hayward Road and all around where we do our grass cutting. The county council has a policy of recommending leaving areas of grass longer with margin cuts around the edges to given that verges have some of the most important variety of wild plants that we have in the country. So I hope as we go on you'll be looking at that. At Northam, at Anchor Park, we've just laid a hedge, got a hedge layer in, and that's had a lot of comments, favourable comments. So perhaps we can look at the hedges too. And also sort of referring back to the adaptation strategy, as it's been pointed out, the climate's changing in terms of more drought periods, so that impinges on what we plant in our flower beds. And also, of course, the effect of heavy rainfall on tree stability. And the other thing is, I think the tree assessment plan is looking at tree planting on our site, so hopefully we can look at, greater planting schemes as we move on. So, thanks very much.
Anybody else? Councillor Cottle-Hankin.
Congratulations, Richard. All sounds great. I was just wondering how it's working in partnership with volunteers and volunteer groups across Torridge, because I know, having represented Great Torrington in Rack Park, there were volunteers that wanted to be involved, and it was a bit tricky at the beginning, but I was wondering now, after 2 years, is that working now?
Yes, so we have a number of volunteer groups in Victoria Park. The Bideford Rotary maintain a bed. There's also Councillor Craigie that initially was looking at the triangular bed. And then there's the Little Green Town group that maintain a number of the beds. Now, I'm more than happy, well, as we've discussed before, is more than happy for volunteers, but there has to be consideration taken in the fact that the name is in the title, they are volunteers, whereas a number of beds need regular maintenance. Now, if that can be worked together in a constructive way of programmed, then no problem whatsoever. But what happens is volunteers come and go, their commitment levels, their health perhaps or whatever enables them to be able to undertake the work, and then if it doesn't happen, it soon starts going downhill. So, but yeah, open for all discussions, especially if there's a lead person of that voluntary group that is driven and wants to do it, and then we discuss it with the team.
The other thing I'd say about volunteers is that they must be prepared to work in the way which is acceptable to the council's policy. Just because they're volunteering doesn't mean that they can actually do what they think is right on a site. And so, it's still beholden, because it's still our land, and it's still covered by our policy as such. But yeah. Anything else? Sean, yeah.
One last thing, and Richard talked a little bit about next steps, but I don't think we've mentioned the new operational services centre, because obviously Richard is bringing all of his teams together. Yeah. And actually, there, when we get on with that and we get that operational services centre, and Richard can then properly manage and maintain his services on one site, there's definite benefits for everybody there. So the sooner we can get going with that, the better for grounds maintenance as well as everyone else.
It's a very good point, because people traditionally think that site and that project is just all about recycling and waste as a depot for vehicles, etc. And actually, there's a lot more that would go on there as well. So, yeah. Anybody else got anything? My point, what I took from that is absolutely that this area is impacted by the changing climate, as we've been discussing earlier. The legal liability risks with trees and nowadays, and that if something falls over and squashes somebody underneath, if we own it, then it's potentially our responsibility. And with the changes in types of climate that we're seeing, which amongst others is more intense weather events, which is storms and wind, that will increase. That because of the liability which we have to contain, the cost of maintaining the tree stock will increase because being driven by climate more than anything else. My experience as well is that the more that you get people to assess and start fiddling with your trees, the more you keep doing it. And I've got hundreds of the devils. And
yeah, so we, like I said, we use an external contractor who's qualified to assess trees, and they do them in clumpings, well, groupings, Chevy taught that is, in groupings of trees. So not actually assessing individual, but they will just do groupings and assess, and they will highlight. Now, they are done at different times at different frequencies. So we have reduced from the old contract the trees within the urban areas. So all the trees around Victoria Park, the cemeteries, they're done on an annual basis or slightly over so that you see them at different times of the year. So all the rest of our estate will be done June, and the next time that they'll be seen perhaps December, so that you see them in their different environments, so when they've got full canopy and when they're not. And to be fair, the risk far outweighs the cost of where we are at the moment. So, you know, there's never, as long as we can get them assessed fully, which we're on schedule to do within the next 6 months, we are on schedule, it will be achieved. We will then be able to take stock and look at the full estate.
As Councillor Hames asked, actually, when we lose trees, is it our policy to replant where possible?
It isn't our policy necessarily that's all coming out with the work that Donna is doing, and it will be part of our, you know, the biodiversity plan and a climate change committee. Councillors, we had a presentation from the professor who, it's all about when you do your tree planting, so there's no point in just putting a clump and a clump. You need your wildlife corridors and your tree. So I think that there's part of the strategic element to that of we've identified a number of sites which will link these corridors in. Donna's gone now, but we do plant our trees, and Mike Day at the Burrows has done some good work down at Kenworth. You know, ash dieback is quite prevalent everywhere. Nightmare. So, you know, so those guys are the ones that are looking. And I think in the tree strategy in part of the biodiversity plan, that will come through.
Councillor Pennington.
Well, thank you, Chair.
Last word.
Last word.
You have the final word.
Oh, I might have 2 words. No. I go back to my original question, which was Holsworthy, St Peter's Church, and I don't think I've got any yellow spots in my. As being parochial, I apologise, Chair, but Monkey and Putford, I don't think you do anything in Monkey and Putford actually, and all our taxpayers are contributing to everybody all over the other place. So, you know, a little word for our taxpayers in our area. But one of the things is, you know, the villages take very great care of their parks, and sometimes they're struggling to find contractors. Do you take contracts from villages to go and do their work? I notice you're doing St Peter's Church there in Holsworthy. That's not Torridge's land, as I understand it.
Yes, so.
And my question I'm making, the point I'm making there, is if you're doing something outside Torridge's land, would you take a contract from a village if they're struggling to find contractors? Because they're all finding struggling in the villages now. Gardeners, you know, we can't even get gardeners. Talk about planners or officers or whatever. We're not getting the staff we need.
Yeah, so very quickly. So St Peter's Church, St Mary's, Margaret, they are handed over from the diocese. They hand us, we are responsible for maintaining, because it is a closed churchyard. So we are. Yes, there are still cremation barrows there, so that's fine, cremation pots, but we are responsible. That gets handed to the local authority. Right. Taking on contracts, very quick, because I'm mindful of the time, and Helen, we have taken on a contract for Holsworthy Town Council. We are. Now, I'm more than happy if that's a further decision that we've got to look at, because like everything, there has to be a business plan, it has to be costed, it has to be resourced, and if that's a decision that members want to do, then I'm happy to, you know, I'm still at the process, and we are getting there, of understanding our own estate, getting our own house in order, but that income generation and better for the communities. Happy
it
to,
might be income generation for the future.
Yeah.
Secondly, just the tractor, 55 grand's worth. How are we with that, and how is that improving your have you got the thing up and running yet? Has it got diesel in it?
Okay. I'll speak with you on Friday. The order's just been placed. Mike Day led on this through the boroughs and the sewerage scheme, but the order's just been placed. Right. But no, there's no diesel in it at the moment. I haven't seen it.
That's the use of that is shared with the boroughs, isn't it?
Yes, so the boroughs...
Not exclusively for the boroughs. Yeah.
No. Some boroughs, we will use the loader for turning the compost for, you know, it's got 3 or more buckets. So we grab and load the shredder.
Well, Councillor Pennington and I will inspect it after a year and see how much wear there is on the tyres, and we'll work out how much you're using it or not. Right, are we happy with that, Councillor? Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
I would moving straight on, and wary of the fact that actually, no, I'll call people when we get closer to the 3-hour mark to look to continue. We're doing well, and actually an information-rich morning. Update on planning enforcement workload and capacity. This is a follow-on from presentation that the planning manager gave us. How long ago was it now? December, wasn't it? Yes. Helen.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as the Chair has just said, this is a follow-up sort of briefing and appearance at this committee. I did attend this committee back in December, and you will recall there was a much more detailed report that I presented, which covered sort of policy and legal context for planning enforcement, the TDC planning enforcement function, performance and capacity at that point in time, and it also set out some sort of proposed improvement actions that we were looking to progress. It was agreed back in December that I would return and update this committee, and you'll see the agenda item very much focuses that update being around workload and capacity. So the few slides I'm going to run through accordingly focus on that. Just before I move on, just to sort of clarify that the staffing context over the intervening period, I did report in December that at that point we did have a 6-month temporary enforcement officer who was full-time. He was with us between October and up until the end of March. That was a 6-month temporary provision, which has had a very positive impact on the position we were at that point in time, but also because that particular agency staff member has worked at a number of different local authorities, we really wanted to take that opportunity just to see if there is best practice we can learn from elsewhere. So that has been good, but we still essentially have 2 full-time permanent enforcement officers. So next slide, please. When I came in December, I did just give an overview, and I think it's helpful context just to see
how annually the cases enforcement complaints received has changed. You'll see and you will recall it was highlighted that you can really see that spike in cases that happened in 2021, which did contribute to the backlog that we were facing. I think that combined with not resource issues as such, but we did have some staff sickness and a temporary period where we were without one of the enforcement officers. So I think it's important to sort of understand that context. You'll see sort of 2022, 2023, relatively consistent, but lower in terms of the number of cases received. At this point in time, we've had 97 cases to this point in the year. So yeah, which essentially is almost, well, essentially a third of the year. So very simplistic approach of timesing that by 3 would suggest we're on track for circa 290 complaints this year. But I'm sure you'll appreciate that it's not an exact science. So then we might be on a slightly downward trend, but it's very difficult. But I think just I would really like members just to obviously note that real spike we had in 2021. Next slide, please. So in terms of outstanding cases and where we are, at this point in time, we have 332 live cases. Now, that includes cases where we have already served an enforcement notice, so they are going through, whether it's an appeal process or consideration of awaiting compliance with that enforcement notice or otherwise. As a comparison, when I reported to you in December, we had 446 outstanding cases at that point. Now, the maths here gets a little confused because actually, in order to show the impact of the whole 6-month period of the temporary resource, we did actually close over that 6-month period 305 cases. A lot had already been closed before I reported to you in the December, so in that first sort of 2.5 months of having the temporary resource with us. Since December, we've closed 228 cases. So, we've still got a bit of a way to go. 332 live cases is still a lot. We recognise that, but I think what this does demonstrate is the really positive impact of having that focused 6-month temporary staff member. It has really helped to the team to sort of get on top of that backlog. Also within this, we have had cases coming in throughout this period as well. So if you're trying to do some maths there and it doesn't all quite stack up, but I think the message is there has been significant progress in terms of reducing that backlog. Next slide, please. Just a sort of summary since November, so around the time that the agenda report was published in December, so in terms of what was reported then. Since November, the team have served 5 enforcement notices, 19 planning contravention notices and 1 Section 215 notice. I also just wanted to flag up that actually the team have 100% appeal success over the last 4 years. When an enforcement notice is served, there is a right for the individual to lodge an appeal, which frequently they do. And we've seen real success, so it shows that we are making the right judgments in terms of that expediency around taking enforcement action. Next slide, please. Yes, of course.
Could I just ask, in actions terms, what's the difference between a planning contravention notice and an enforcement notice?
Yeah, so they're very much different stages of the process. So a planning contravention notice is best described as a sort of information finding exercise. So at an early stage of an enforcement investigation, if it's something that merits for that level of investigation, then essentially it's a questionnaire that is sent out to the relevant individual. They have a set time scale within which they have to return it, otherwise they are at risk of action just for not returning it. And that just gives our enforcement team a range of information that then helps them progress the investigation. An enforcement notice is that more formal serving of action. Yeah. So that's broadly the difference. But the team are increasingly using PCNs because it's a good tool to get that level of information. Okay, next slide. Oh.
Yes, Casper. 25 cases there. How many were appealed?
In terms of...
You had 100% success
Yeah.
on the appeals.
We've got appeals ongoing at the moment, so I haven't got exact figures.
25 cases appealed?
Well, the PCNs wouldn't be appealed because that's more of a fact finding. In terms of the 5 enforcement notice, I don't have that information to hand, Councillor Pennington, but I can check that for you in terms of where we are. We have to provide sort of government return statistics, and apologies, it is quite a small text. So I just thought it'd be helpful just by way of a bit of benchmarking, really, as much as anything. I've got the stats for the last 2, so Q3 and Q4 of the last year. So just taking a look at this one, Torridge is highlighted in blue. And I think what it does show is, you know, we have been proactive, and it's important to note that, you know, you can certainly see Cornwall there with 25 enforcement notices, but of course they're a county-wide authority now. So there's, you know, that appreciation of scale. I think in terms of other neighbouring district councils, many of them are at sort of 0 actions. So I think, you know, relatively the team is performing well, and that's reflected by the fact we do have dedicated 2 full-time officers. Of course, it's always important, you know, I would always caution around looking too much into numbers in terms of enforcement action, because the first point is always to try and negotiate with the individual to see if you can reach a satisfactory outcome without having to take action. So there's always that sort of caveat to showing anything like this. Next slide, please. So this is just showing for Q4, and again, relative to the other councils, the ones that have the significantly high numbers are the county-wide authorities. But again, particularly with the planning contravention notices, performing very, you know, highly compared to other councils, and, you know, a real sign of that proactive stance being taken early in the process. In terms of the QBRs, which you will obviously have seen, the yellow table is the sort of year end, with the white column being the average throughout the year. As reported back in December, in terms of that acknowledgement of inquiries, we're sort of averaging at 100% throughout the last year. The high priority cases within 2 working days is always skewed slightly because you have very small numbers. So whilst that is showing 66%, on the whole, the team do meet that requirement. Again, as highlighted in December, the real challenge continues to be around being able to meet that 80% target of officers getting out to view a site within 14 days. You'll see that over last year was down at 35%. And complainant being updated is averaged at 93%. And just looking back at the 22-23 averages, while small, it does show improvement to 23-24. So finally, just these were some of the actions that were highlighted in my report back in December. So I thought you, as a committee, you would probably appreciate an update on where we are with the various things and what we still need to consider. So the team has developed a series of templates, which is just helping with efficiencies in terms of our processes. So for planning contravention notices, section 215s, and actually the actual case closure, we have templates in place for all of those now, which is really helping to have a more streamlined, efficient process. There's still a bit of development to do on our enforcement notice report template, but that work is being done at the moment. Planning enforcement and legal now have a monthly meeting, and this is working really well. The expediency around whether action is ultimately taken, the scheme of delegation, the vast majority of those decisions are made by the head of legal and governance. So it's really important to recognise that planning enforcement it just doesn't sit in isolation within the planning service. And that sort of really good joint working with the legal team has been hugely beneficial. The review of the enforcement plan is a really important piece of work, which our development manager, Christian Evely, has been working on. Some of the key things he is proposing to introduce through that review is to introduce sort of 3 priority levels. So at the moment, the enforcement plan that was approved back in 2019 has high priority, which are listed buildings, tree preservation, order, trees being damaged, and then everything else is medium priority. And the 14-day timescale applies to a huge number of cases. So we're looking to introduce a low priority as well, so splitting it across 3 groups and to increase that site visit time potentially up to 28 days rather than 14. And also to identify certain instances where a site visit may not take place. Obviously recognise that in its final form is a document that would need to come before members, and I'll touch on that at the end. Staffing, obviously crucially important. The temporary resource has been hugely beneficial in terms of getting that backlog down, getting the caseload and live cases more manageable. Moving forward, we continue to have 2 full-time enforcement officers, which feels right for a district of our size. But it feels right in the context that, again, it's not just the 2 of them in that enforcement team. The development manager plays a huge role in their week-to-week work. He now line manages both of them, has regular meetings with them, signs off all of their work. So a lot of Christian Evely's time is dedicated to enforcement. Our 2 graduate apprentices are starting to take on appropriate cases. And again, with enforcement, cases can be challenging on site, so we're being sensible about which cases are appropriate for our apprentices to take on. But again, they are providing some resource as well. And I've already mentioned the legal team being part of that process. And we are looking through a review of our wider planning and building control administration function to sort of cross-skill our various admin teams, so with skills in planning and building control, but also to look to dedicate some resource specifically to support enforcement, so helping with closing down cases. And that's something that will be coming before SMT as a proposal in terms of rationalisation of our admin function. So in terms of staffing, it is more than just 2 officers. I think is the message I'd want to get across, and it is a wider team who are working well together. CPD, that's sort of officers are continually sort of carrying out CPD, and we are keen to run the member presentation that we did. I think it was maybe 2021. I think there was a presentation that we did online. So the team are keen to run that again, which I think would be really helpful for all members. And just that wider engagement, I try and get out to as many parishes as I can and give some sort of training on planning. And a part of that, it focuses on enforcement and highlights the role that our parishes play, and indeed all of you as members, in communicating concerns to us, because we don't have the resource to be going out proactively looking at what might or may not be happening that shouldn't be. A condition monitoring project is something we're looking to potentially do over the summer. We've put in place a Section 106 monitoring facility last summer through our uniform system, and that's working really well. And there is a condition monitoring module. It's something that's raised by Plans Committee a lot when they're considering proposals and are sort of questioning, well, how is that condition going to be enforced? And we haven't got capacity to enforce every planning condition on every planning consent, but there are some conditions that lend themselves more to monitoring. So certainly, for example, affecting listed buildings, LEMPs, which are landscape environmental management plans, construction environmental management plans, etc. So that's something we'd like to look at over the summer. We need to respond to the Levelling Up Regeneration Act changes. A number of these changes came into force last week. So we now, the 4-year immunity period is no more. That is, everything is now 10 years, which does have a bearing on timescales for considering expediency and action. Stop notices are now 56 days as opposed to 28 days. We can now issue enforcement warning notices, which is essentially a more formalised version of that early stage engagement and negotiations that we do. So there's various things, but we need to make sure we're responding to these changes and adapting our processes. And just the last thing we need to be mindful of and keep a sort of watchful eye on is this emerging requirement for enforcement out of mandatory biodiversity net gain. I think at this stage of the process, we don't have any registered habitat banks yet. We're just starting to secure mandatory net gain through the planning process. But there will be, with these being tied in for 30 years, enforcement requirements over time. And I think we just have to keep a watchful eye on that. So, to conclude, we have made significant progress in reducing that backlog that was reported to you all in December, and great progress in terms of improving our processes. Still more to do, and I think we're very much acknowledging of that. I'd just like to acknowledge all the hard work that Christian Evely, Grant McGill and Helen Mason have done as that core enforcement team, but that wider support from our legal team. The draft enforcement plan is obviously a key document, so it'd be helpful to understand if this committee maybe would like that to come before you for review before going to full council. And that's it, Chair.
Helen, thank you very much. On your last point, yes, I think we would like to see that, please, draft before it goes to full council. Could we go back a slide, please, Karen? One back. Right, stop there. I'd make an observation on the two middle rows there, in that when complaints are made, which inevitably trigger enforcement investigation, although one person may be making the complaint, invariably there's a number of people within the community who are affected and are aware that person X is actually going to make the complaint or whatever. And when you get boots on the ground, because there's an on-site inspection, that's picked up by people and they register that as progress or as action. And therefore, especially the lower percentage figures there, are important, because actually if we can get those percentages up, then people become, the easiest way to satisfy people is they're able to, they say in their community, oh, the planners were on site the other day looking at that. So first of all, they think something's been done. And secondly, and that is important, that they see that we're reacting to it. Anyway, we can continue to monitor that through the QBR process, and that's fine. More interestingly, can we go back one more, please? And again. And again. Right? It doesn't. Stop. In fact, I think one more. Yeah. Right. More importantly, I don't think we can see your overall case loading in the QBR.
In the QBR?
No. We're interested. You've had the benefit of the agency person for 6 months, which appears to have had effect. The litmus test will be whether actually they can hold it at that level or even get further down, because 332 open cases, in my mind, would be a worry, I think. I'm not sure what you consider to be the optimum number of open cases per officer. So at the moment, that's 160 cases each. between 2 officers, which seems a lot. Where are you aiming for?
So at this point in time, we're aiming to get that down to 100 per officer. So you're looking at a live total of 200. But the development manager and indeed the apprentices and some admin support will be part of that as well. And as I said, that live cases does include those where an enforcement notice has been served. So that's what we're aiming for, Chair, which is realistic. I think the improved processes, better ways of working with our wider team across the council, we are keen to keep that improvement. I think we didn't want it to be a case that we have 6 months where it's reduced and then it just goes back up again, because that's doesn't help anyone, not least our enforcement officers. So that's what we're aiming for. Ideally then to keep reducing that beyond that.
Before we go to Councillor Cottle-Handkin, I would, in order to complement the reaction time, which is what QBR is telling us, I think we'd like to keep for a while a tab on those figures. We're not asking you to come back and report all the time, but if we could actually have a written report on a quarterly basis as to where you are with your live cases, that will actually tell us, because we want to see that number's going down. If we can't get that number going down, then it may be that you still have a capacity issue, because the effect of having the 6 month has stopped, lost, and whatever. So so without binding you to extra time, whatever, but if we could have an update on those figures on a quarterly basis, say, at the same time that we have a QBR running, then that would inform more what we've got in the QBR for the time being. Thank you. Councillor Cottle-Handkin.
Thank you. I was just wondering, because obviously 332 does sound like a lot, and you've obviously always got more coming in as well. Have we got comparisons with other councils? So how many open cases has North Devon got? Or you had the comparisons for something else, but you didn't have the open cases.
Those figures aren't reported to central government, so we can't access those without asking the councils. Historically, our enforcement officers have sort of had regular catch-ups with their counterparts at North Devon. North Devon have been without that enforcement function, so that hasn't happened. But you know, it's always good to talk to neighbouring authorities just to learn from best practice and see what's going on. But we don't have access through returns on that. So.
Councillor Lovell.
Sorry, just one point of information. You probably told us last time you came and presented it, and I've probably forgotten. I apologise to everybody for holding you up. But if you don't hold to those 2 days, 10 days, you know, those limits, what is the penalty with regard to the, you know, how much does it matter that those cases are closed and moved on and seen to within those time constraints?
So for us as a service, yeah, so I think what's really important is it's not a statutory function enforcement, it's discretionary. So we're not, whilst we report on statistics, we're not under a statutory obligation. So the fact that some councils have 0 across all of those rows, some of those rows and columns, doesn't mean they're penalised. So it's yeah.
What's much more important is that processes are robust and accurate.
Yeah. No, I just wondered if there was a penalty that. And can I ask one more question, please?
Yeah, go on, do.
Just regarding the biodiversity net gain thing, and does that cover existing, like if there was an estate and, you know, that's already been built and it was a green space in the planning permission and all the rest of it, which they've established, but now they're coming back and they're going to nibble a bit out of that. Is it retrospective, or does the net gain thing not work for it? Do you see what I mean?
So So the mandatory biodiversity net gain has only come into effect sort of February and April of this year. An example like what you've described there on for example, a housing development where there might be an identified secured biodiversity net gain area, because we as a council have been securing this for some time, a bit ahead of the game, or whether it's a public open space that's, you know, required and restricted for that use through a Section 106 or a condition, we would have scope to use enforcement powers, but it would have to obviously go through that process. So the biodiversity net gain is something that's come in now and is a sort of changing picture in terms of how we...
Yes, so I'm going to jump in. Is your excellent presentation online? Was it YouTubed?
The December?
Yeah, when the presentation you did on biodiversity net gain.
It's been circulated to all members.
Have you seen?
Yeah, I know about yes, about the the new rules that came in. I'm just wondering about if something is existing and the trees were supposed to be protected and the green space was supposed to be protected before this came in. Does that in any way cover that, or is it all only something that was approved from January?
So biodiversity net gain is one thing, one sort of statutory requirement now. Historically, anything that has been secured as part of a scheme is still protected if there's conditions.
Just like ongoing, it's 30 years, isn't it? It is,
yeah,
you know,
but something that's already established as public open space, or if something is built on without consent on a protected area, then we could take action. If somebody comes forward with a proposal to build on an area of public open space, then that would be assessed against our policies, and we have policies that seek to protect biodiversity and protect public open spaces as well.
Councillors, before we go any further, we're approaching the 3-hour mark. I propose that we agree to continue beyond the 3 hours. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Pennington. All those in favour, please. Reluctantly, yeah, okay. That's unanimous. Thank you. Helen, was anybody got anything else? Councillor Pennington.
Thank you, Chair. 332 cases. Is that 332 sites, or is there several complaints about the same site?
Yeah, there could be more than one complaint relating to one site. Most of those will be on different sites, but yeah, I can't give you a breakdown of that. But
Councillor Pennington, it would be inappropriate to discuss individual cases, of course. Of course, thank you. If we were able to just follow up those number of live cases, then that would be helpful to us. Thank you very much indeed. Otherwise, excellent. Okay, councillors, moving to the consideration of the forward plan, of which, as we are literally weeks away from confirming committee structures and the leads, etc., it's difficult to put much in here because we don't know who the committee will be or what their wishes will be looking forward beyond this meeting, to be quite honest. John, I'm going to let you speak on this first.
Thank you, Chair. There was a couple of points. Helen did just mention about adding the enforcement plan. So, Helen, did you know roughly when you thought that might be? Good point. Probably June or July. Yeah, so we say July because July is a quieter. And then
as always, the trick is we're asking to see it, but we don't want to be party to delaying it on the other hand. So, yeah.
The other item, Chair, was you had an email regarding listed buildings that you circulated to myself and them services. Yeah.
I did, which was a Councillor Hames one, and that is more tied up with the asset management plan, I think, because they all get swept up within that. Remind me, sorry, was it confined to our estate or wider than our estate?
The council has a legal responsibility to ensure that listed buildings within its area are kept in a proper state, and it has powers, as I understand it, to require repairs and maintenance. And looking around the area, or just in Bideford, the state of some listed buildings is not very good. So I would ask that this committee looks into it, really.
Where does that come? Does that come under the sort of planning side? I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So, as you know, the council has a full-time conservation officer. We do have a local list of non-listed heritage assets. She is sort of the custodian of that. So that's one element of that sort of monitoring of buildings across the district. I think the specific point Councillor Hames raised goes sort of hand in hand with our enforcement function and looking at section 215 notices. And that is very much a joined approach between, if it's a listed building that's involved, our conservation officer, our building control function, it can be our housing team or our environmental protection team who may have gone out and seen something. So they do all communicate with each other. And a section 215 comes through that enforcement process. So it is something that is happening. The Levelling Up Regeneration Act has introduced some new powers relating. So there's now a temporary stop notice that we can serve if works are being carried out to a listed building or there is a breach of a condition. So that's power came in last week. And in terms of building preservation notices, we're not at risk of having to give compensation anymore. So there is a changing picture there. The at-risk register is something that Historic England hold, but we have a role in facilitating that where buildings are at risk. So it is something that sits with us and sits with our conservation function, but it's sort of wider than that, and is something that we are doing.
And if I could just ask some questions before Councillor Hames comes back again. So it's a straight question. So we have a list of all listed buildings within the district. Okay. We do, yes or no? Yes. Secondly, do we condition monitor those buildings, or is it by exception or reaction because some well-intended member of the public or one of our officers happens to see that the roof's caving in and reports it? But
we have, I don't know, is it getting on 2,000 listed buildings across the district? There isn't that level of resource to be going out routinely and inspecting them all. There is that reliance on information being provided to us, which I think often communities are aware of which buildings are listed and which aren't. And indeed, it does include non-designated heritage assets. So we do have a local list, which are sort of locally listed buildings. So that is the approach we take. What I included, that the condition monitoring project we're looking at, listed buildings would be an obvious area where we could be more proactive in monitoring conditions in a planning sense, not the condition of the building, but conditions relating to listed buildings. And again, it then does come link back to that sort of section 215 process as well, where we require action to be taken on certain buildings. So it is happening, but I can't say that we are of a resource to the extent that there is a routine monitoring of every listed building and locally listed building in the district.
Councillor Ames, sorry, I interrupted your flow, yes.
Well, yeah, it seems obvious from what Helen said that there isn't a proactive system of monitoring. And you know, they just continue to deteriorate these buildings, and it is a function of this council. I do recognise it's a resource problem, but, you know, perhaps we should be engaging a consultant yet again to do a survey and report back to this committee on that basis. I did include non-designated assets actually in the request, I think.
Interesting. It might be also, I mean, we are not resourced, or we can't afford the resource to be permanently monitoring, what do you say, in excess of 2,000 buildings. And that's a no-brainer. And rather like enforcement, we are reliant on the eyes and ears of the general population and the general public out there. And perhaps actually this is something more for the comms team, that we should actually be putting out a communication piece to explain that actually if people have concerns about the condition of a listed building, this is where we would welcome their observation and their comment. So you're cultivating the eyes and ears of the general population to assist with the monitoring.
Yeah,
again,
well, I think, thank you, Chair. Yeah. I mean, I think given, it's this usual resource constraint that's, you know, tying up everything in this council, isn't it? But I mean, as an alternative suggestion, I think that's good to communicate to the public, but also to circulate parish councils as well, and to invite them to produce a list of their concerns. Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Lovell.
Just a quick one. I mean, there are, further to this, there's, you know, quite a few buildings in Bideford, you know, to me of interest, that have scaffolding around them, that have had scaffolding around them for years, you know, adding to the delights of, you know, what you're looking at. Is that, have we got any control over how that happens, or move things along, or investigate what happens?
Again, that sits with this sort of wider combined function of looking at Section 215 notices, which is where we can require action to be taken, and the sort of test there is visual amenity, and often if it's a listed building or a conservation officer area, sorry, that test, you know, becomes higher in terms of that desirability. So that is something that we are proactively looking at, certainly around Bideford. Our enforcement team with Sarah Chappell have been sort of looking at opportunities for taking action. I think sort of scaffolding around buildings, it's a difficult one. If work's being undertaken, it's at what point that sort of power exists to require that removal.
Yeah,
really.
but it just seems that the scaffold goes up and the person walks away and no work is being done. It's just scaffold is there, which is.
We're aware of various examples, and our team have done a sort of a site visit walk around the wider town centre looking at that. So the extent to which action can be taken, that has to follow the usual process with involvement from legal and the head of legal and governance. So,
Mr. Harper.
The suggestion that you made, which is very good, letting the parish councils come back about listed buildings. Perhaps with 2,000, we ought to let them know what listed buildings are in their parishes.
Indeed, that might be, you know, and whether the records we hold easily break down by parish, etc. If they do, then that could be a relatively low-effort exercise.
come in there, Chair. So we keep a local list, so these are non-listed buildings, and that's all available on our website by parish. And also, in terms of statutory listed buildings, that Historic England keep that list, but they have a really excellent mapping system. So that is something that could be shared, and then it's quite easy for them to see visually on a map of their settlement, or, you know, wherever it is we're considering which, you know, there's a little red triangle against which building. So that's certainly something we can share.
just to give the committee an update, it's actually on our website now as well. We've got all the listed buildings, and you can select 1, 2, 3. So it's on our website. It's an interactive map. You can zoom in, zoom out, and select the ones you want. That's under your council and maps.
So it's communications, for instance, looking at town and parish councils as an example, to remind them where they can find information about listed buildings on their patch, and then to encourage them to actually take an interest, and where they have concerns, where they should be addressing those concerns to would be yeah.
Chair, would this be an update for your...
I have to say, Sean, I no longer have any confidence in our area advisory committees to be able to hit the sweet spot at all. They don't. So, no is the answer.
Can I just add one final thing around conservation? So we did have a relatively recent audit of our conservation function in a planning sense. And actually, in terms of resourcing for our statutory duties around conservation and listed buildings, they found reasonable assurance, which is sort of on your scale of dark green, light green, amber and red, the sort of light green. So, and I appreciate that's very much looking at it from a statutory function point of view. And if members feel there needs to be greater proactivity, then that's obviously we want to go further than that. But I think you can take reassurance that that external audit found that we are resourced as we need to be to meet that function.
Ellen, thank you very much indeed. Anyway, Mr. Ndenge.
Are we still on the forward plan?
Pardon?
Are we still on the forward plan? Just checking.
I suppose we go past 6 hours.
No, okay.
Can I?
Indeed.
Can I just ask, and it may not be something that needs to go on the forward plan, first of all, the social value policy, where have we got to, and is that something that it's progressed? Do we need to come back? Do we need to put it on later or not?
It's, as I understand it, it's going to audit and governance next meeting, and then on to full council. So, yeah, that'll be then, it's all sorted. Although there's information in our current contractual procedure rules, so it's being implemented, but we've got to formalise it.
Right.
Hopefully, our next role is one of scrutiny on that.
Yes.
Once it's been adopted by full council, and then we'll be looking to see actually how it's been used effectively or not.
Well, that's what I was thinking. It'll be outside of the forward plan cycle because we'd be looking for at least a year, and therefore it won't fall in on this one. And then do I ask the question about whether we actually got any response to our recommendation of a reserves policy and whether that was progressing anywhere? Because we recommended it, but
we
kind of went quiet
reserves
after that.
policy is, I've seen it.
Yes, Chair.
Go on.
That was raised at the last meeting. You weren't here. It's on the Section 151 officers work programme, and that will be to be implemented before the next budget cycle starts. So it's not, you know, he hasn't done it, but it's in the work programme. It's gone to full council as that recommendation from this committee at the last budget meeting. So yeah, it's in progress.
Councillor Holmes, go on. Or Councillor Lovell.
Sorry, I know we've moved on from the listed buildings thing, but I just feel that we didn't kind of make any concrete proposal that, you know, consideration should be made. It just kind of, we discussed, yeah, the communications or whatever. I just feel that nothing concrete was decided or put forward.
From that, I mean, what do we want to do? I mean, the planning manager took away. You're thinking that we should make some a recommendation on that along the lines that we recommend that there be a communication programme to encourage town and parish councils and the general public to become more aware of listed buildings.
Well, what can be done if they have, have concerns about the state of the listed buildings?
And therefore, well, first of all, to become more aware of the listed buildings within their parish or patch, and secondly, where to channel those concerns. In other words, who to report it to at Torridge, should they have concerns.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that is fair. That is something a takeaway that came out of that.
I just feel like nothing's going to happen if we don't make a recommendation or.
So that recommendation.
So can I propose that what you've just said is taken forward?
Okay.
However you want to work.
Just confirm what we're saying. Have you? Did we get that, or are you going to take it off the recording? Yeah. So yeah, it would be so the recommendation is that there is a communications programme to inform town and parish councils and the general public, first of all, where the data is on listed buildings within their areas, which is it's online, but we need to tell people where to find it. And secondly, that Torridge is responsible for monitoring the condition of, has an interest in monitoring the condition of listed buildings, and should town, parish, or members of the public have areas of concern, that this is where, to say where it should be reported. So, quite, where the data is online, what the issue is that we need to help monitor it, and what to do about it if you have a concern. Those are the three things. You're proposing that, are you, Councillor Bell? Somebody to second that, please?
I'm with you on this. Just looking at our strategic plan and our council, provide clear, effective communication and be easily accessible. I just wonder if we can overlay that with what you're saying, so that
it comes within that.
It does. Yeah.
It would be it gets swept up by that. Yes, I agree. So so in the recommendation, making reference to the strategic plan, the relevant bit in the strategic plan. Councillor Pennington, were you seconding that? I was seconding. It's proposed and seconded that we make that recommendation. Those in favour, please show, please. And that is unanimous. Good. Councillors, if that is the case, then that concludes our business today. So I declare the meeting closed.